Let this message get to the personnel involved. Please, you can see it. Thank you. This is first link road. Yes, unit 053, unit 054. Please, someone withdrew 5,000 naira against 12,000 just to be here to vote. Please, thank you.
N'oge na-adịghị anya a ga-ama otu esi gbanwee. Ọ bụ isi ndị uwe ojii area commander ha ụmụ ya bụ onye bịara ngwa ndị mmadụ niile welata na ha jere etu ọ ga-akpọtụ ndị ụlọ ọrụ.
We came out to vote. We come out to vote. 103. So they will not close by 2. Never. No, we will vote. We will vote. Even if it's as long as you are here, God will help us.
So you see, area. Because all the can little INEC and a chair, you can have yalla, Elanya, Maggie Mohawa, Bunjo, and a chair, have to Lagani. Egejibido ntuli aka ele anya.
We are about to start. Why others are about to end?
Ya bụ ndị ụlọ ọrụ a na-ekọwa
you don't even vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will go look at. If I see you vote another party, go ahead and house. You don't want joke for here. This territory where you get, na APC, go your house. Go your house.
Only tí ẹ bá vóòtì so ó tiẹ̀ ti di báyìí a kàn ní a máa fún yín ní bó ṣe ń lọ ní o ẹ bá ju márùn lọ ẹ já máa wo bó ṣe ń lọ lágbo another signatory to another 100 years amalgamation ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ lágbo n tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní location 9 la mú wá fún yín o.
Right now we are currently at my polling unit, that's Iba housing estate, and they locked the gates. They said if you are not voting for APC, you can't come in. You can see. I tried entering. They almost broke my leg, but I had to just come out and do this video. I can see people that are outside. People are outside. You know, they don't want to open the gate for anybody. They don't want us to vote. We were asked to go to our polling unit so early so that we can check if our name is on the list. We are here. I've been here since 7:30. They do not allow us to go in.
Very early in the morning.
Very early in the morning. People are, if you are not Yoruba, if you don't speak Yoruba to them, if you are not APC, they are not allowing anybody to enter. I've been here for over 30 minutes and nothing is happening. So we don't know what is happening in this country. God help us.
Báwo ló ṣe rí ló ṣe kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn? Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Torí pé wọ́n sọ Yorùbá, ẹni tí ò bá ti 40. Ṣé bí wọ́n láwọn kọ́lọ́pàá, so gbogbo yín lẹ ti gba bribe kan. Anyway, gbogbo yín lẹ ti gba nǹkan. Ẹni tí ò bá ti dìbò fún ẹni tẹ́ fẹ́, tí ò dìbò fẹ́ni tẹ́ fẹ́, kò ní lè wọlé láti dìbò. Ẹ mú gbogbo lẹ̀kùn ẹ ti pa. Ṣé bó ṣe yẹ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe nu? Ṣé nǹkan tá a ní kẹ́ ẹ ṣe nu? Ó ga o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo àwọn eléyìí tó ti wà ńlẹ̀. Jagaban ti lọ dìbò. Pétérù Òbí ti lọ dìbò. Yẹ̀yẹ́ Bello ti bírèkì ojú ọ̀nà ibi tí àwọn INEC máa gbà kọjá látàná. Àtàná ló ti bírèkì ojú ọ̀nà, ló ti bírèkì títì ojú ọ̀nà róòdù táwọn èèyàn máa gbà kọjá. Ó ti lọ rè fi gbúdò fà wú ojú ọ̀nà ní location tí ọlọ́pàá dẹ̀ wà. Àbí kò sí ọlọ́pàá ní Nàìjíríà tí wọ́n lè fi arrest, tí wọ́n lè fi lọ rè gbé. Tí wọ́n fi gbé Ọ̀ṣínbàjò náà ti lọ rè dìbò. Igbákejì ààrẹ ti lọ dìbò tiẹ̀. Ààrẹ náà ti lọ dìbò tiẹ̀. Igbákejì ààrẹ Yẹmí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò àti ìyàwó rẹ̀ darapọ̀. Onídọ́là ààrẹ rẹ̀ Dọlápọ̀ ti dìbò wọn ní ìlú Ìkẹ́nnẹ́ ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn state. Ìgbà tán bá fẹ́ dìbò náà máa mórí lélu wọn. Ìgbà tán bá ṣe tán bọ̀ àárí Jagaban kó lọ sí Ìràgbìjì Èkó ni Jagaban ti dìbò tiwọn. A dẹ̀ ti rí Buhari, ó ti gba Daura lọ. Mo ní kí n sáré máa fún yín láwọn ìròyìn tó ń lọ ń bí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Buhari, ìyẹn Muhammadu Buhari, ààrẹ location 9 lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, coast tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Òun náà ti lọ rè dìbò ní ìlú rẹ̀ tí ó ń ṣe Daura. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Sentimental, òun náà ti lọ rè dìbò tiẹ̀ ní Borno. Àwọn ìròyìn tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ni mò ń fún yín yẹn. Òun náà ti lọ sí, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré fún yín náà ní fídíò kí n máa sọ kí n sì máa bá yín sí ààrẹ díẹ̀díẹ̀ wá. Gbogbo wọn lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan la mọ̀ fún yín bí wọ́n ṣe dìbò wọn nílùú wọn lénìí. Sentiment náà ti gba ìlú títí ẹ̀ lọ ní Sentiment ló dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí ní ìlú títí ẹ̀ náà. Ó náà ní ipò igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè náà ní títí ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹgbẹ́ ká ní ọgbọ́n nínú yẹn ká lè máa bá yín fi àjásà sí. Sentiment ló dìbò yẹn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú ìgò dúdú lójú àti àwọn èèyàn. Kódà wọ́n ń rìkọ́ọ̀dù gan ni wọ́n gbé kámẹ́rà sókè gangan kán lè mọ bí ó ṣe tì í. Ṣé kìí ṣe pé yóò dọwọ́ rú ṣùgbọ́n àwọn náà inú rẹ̀ ń dùn lọ́wọ́ pé olóòdìbò káàwòye ọwọ́ tó fẹ́ fi tẹ̀, bóyá gbogbo ọwọ́ ni ó fi tẹ̀, bóyá dọ́bùdọ̀bù dẹ̀ ni bó bá ti tẹ̀ yọ 100 ni ó jáde bẹ̀. Sentiment rèé igbákejì Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu tó fẹ́ dun ipò igbákejì ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Muslim ticket tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ò lè ṣe nígbà ayé Buhari. Nígbà tí Buhari wà, tí Buhari ní kí bàbá Bọ́lá ààrẹ Buhari Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu kó wá ṣe igbákejì, ṣùgbọ́n Jagaban sọ wípé Muslim ticket kò ní lè dá, jẹ́ kó fi Kìrìsìtẹ́nì lẹ̀ yẹn Yẹmí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò. Ṣùgbọ́n lásìkò tiẹ̀ Muslim ticket ló wá padà mú wá o. Sentiment ti dìbò tán báyìí o, gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Sentiment ti dìbò tán lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìlú rẹ̀. Orúkọ ìlú tó ti lọ dìbò náà ní Borno. Ní Borno ló ti lọ dìbò. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wo títí bàbá wọn Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu tó ń ṣe bàbá Jagaban of Bogu Jagaban of Bogu àwọn náà ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ Jagaban of Bogu ìbá o kí n tó máa lọ ìtì cross page o ìtì mọ ìmọ̀ ẹ má bínú ìtì ẹjẹ ń cross ẹjẹ ń sáré share sí orí àwọn pages tó kù Jagaban of Bogu àwọn ń dìbò náà nílùú tiwọn ní ìlú Èkó àtìyàwó wọn Olúrẹ̀mí Tinubu ó ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ àwọn náà ti ṣe tiwọn lówùúrọ̀ ìyàwó ọ̀bẹ nìkan dàbí o gbogbo yín la gbé wá o bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni Pétérù Òbí ó ń dìbò tiẹ̀ náà nílùú rẹ̀ ní Anambra ó ti wà lúbẹ̀bùbà gbogbo wọn pátá náà ti gbàlú wọn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àwọn gómìnà kọ̀ọ̀kan bíi Dọ̀pẹ̀mú Abíọ́dún bíi Múkúndé Fáyẹkú gbogbo wọn pátápátá ni wọ́n ti ń dìbò ní lókẹ́sàn tiwọn náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá láwùjọ la wà ń bí tá máa mú un tó bá ń lọ káàkiri lórílẹ̀‐èdè location 9 lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ sign another new wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ renew amalgamation wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ renew another amalgamation fún yín ṣùgbọ́n àwa ò bá ẹnìkan kan jà it's their right but wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ bára wọn jà ní àwọn tá a dẹ̀ rí tí wọ́n jẹ́ àpótí ìdìbò gbé a rí bí wọ́n ṣe fi pàwù tí wọ́n fi yànké wọn dànù tí wọ́n yanjú wọn a rí bí wọ́n ti dá wọn padà sí ọ̀run àrèmábọ̀ tó fẹ́ da ojú agboru ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọ̀tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ tí wọ́n wà ní ìkọ̀ọ̀kọ̀ tí wọ́n fara pamọ́ síbì kan wọ́n wá jẹ́ kó yé wọn pé no ò lè da ìpótí ìdìbò yìí rú ìjọba ti fún wa ní òfin láti mójútó n tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká wo bí bàbá Jagaban of Bogu ìyẹn Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu bí bàbá ṣe wọ ìlú Èkó ní ojúgba ibi tí bàbá ó ti dìbò fún ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ location 9.
Aṣáájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu pé wọ́n ti gbé àwọn náà ní àlọ́ pàdé yìí.
Ìyàwó wọn ti fi Olúrẹ̀mí. Ìyàwó wọn ti fi Olúrẹ̀mí. Àwọn náà ni wọ́n pọ̀ yẹn fún ọmọ fún bàbá wọn jà wọ́n. Jagaban of Bogu. Lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bí Jagaban ṣe ń wọlé bọ̀ náà ni àwọn ẹlẹ́rìí tó ra ń wọlé bọ̀ yìí ìyàwó wọn Olúrẹ̀mí. Máa wọlé máa rárá.
Move now.
Aṣíwájú Nàìjíríà.
Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu náà ni wọ́n gbé ìwé láti wá dìbò.
Jagaba!
Bàbá Jagaba Nasiwaju Ọ̀pọ̀jù tó ṣe ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìlú Èkó ní Jagaba. Ẹ bá láìkì jẹ́jẹ́ ká fún yín gbogbo tó lọ láwùjọ. Gbogbo tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú Nàìjíríà ni mo máa ń wọ̀ Jagaba ló ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kí n máa ka àwọn ìròyìn tó ń lọ lójú òpópónà lọ́wọ́. Governor Nasir Ahmad El-Rufai of Kaduna State has lamented over low voters turnout during the presidential and National Assembly election. El-Rufai laments low voter turnout, say PDP laments Bagu rise. The presidential candidate of New Nigeria People Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwanso, has expressed hopes of winning the ongoing presidential election. I will win the presidential election. Ló ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, àmórúkọ tó ń sọ, kónkónkó. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Peter Obi òun náà ti lọ. Wọ́n wá dáhùn wípé man threatened voters in Lagos to go home if they won't vote APC. Àwọn agbèrò of Lagos wọ́n ti ń threaten àwọn ọmọ níbẹ̀ yẹn pé ẹnikẹ́ni tí kò bá ti dìbò fún àjọ APC wọ́n ní kó gba ilé ìyá rẹ̀ lọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ogun State Governor Prince Dapo Abiodun Emafaru gbogbo ẹ̀ cat olóńgbò is fought in Ita Osanyin Ward 3 Ìpẹ́rù Rẹ́mọ Ìkẹ́nẹ́ local government area of the state credit gbogbo ẹ̀. Ibẹ̀ ni Dàpẹ̀mú Abiodun náà ti ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ó ń fòtì báyìí o torí pé Jagabano Bogu ó wà ní orí òkè lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n ń tẹ ìbò wọn ní ò ní jẹ́ ká lè gbé ẹlòmíì wá sí ojú yín ṣùgbọ́n àmọ́ bá yín ka àwọn ìròyìn yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe ń wọ Jagabano Bogu àmọ́ gbé wá á fi ti Peter Obi hàn yín á fi ti Ọmọyẹlé Sowore hàn yín á fi ti katolókù tẹ́lẹ̀ kẹta wọn Àtíkù gbogbo wọn là á fi hàn yín lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ìròyìn gómìnà àtàwọn sẹ́nétọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ á máa kà ní abẹ́ fídíò tó bá ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Dọ̀pẹ̀mú Abíọ́dún Dàpọ̀ Abíọ́dún náà ti lọ rèé dìbò rẹ̀ ní Ìkẹ́nẹ́ àmọ́ ọdún tó ti dé Ìkẹ́nẹ́ yẹn wọ́n dìbò lé ní wọ́n ti gba Ìkẹ́nẹ́ lọ láti jọ́ tó ti jókòó sí Ogun State ó wá fẹ́ dìbò lónìí ó mórí lélé ó gbà lé wọn lọ ó lọ mọ́lé. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Pétérù Obi wọ́n ní Peter Obi fought in Agulu, Anambra. Presidential candidate of Labour Party Peter Obi has cast his vote in the ongoing presidential and National Assembly election. Obi fought at his polling unit PU019, Umundiman Kansi Squad, Agulu, Anambra State. The Labour Party presidential candidate was accompanied to the polling booth by his wife Margaret Chacha. Gbogbo ẹ̀ lámùwá o ṣùgbọ́n àkọ́kọ́ ẹ jẹ́ kí Jagaban bàbá wọn náà bàbá wọn ẹ jẹ́ kó kọ́kọ́ kò lójú agbo tí bàbá bá ti jó tán lójú agbo á gbé àwọn ọmọ wá sí ojú agbo bó ṣe ń lọ so ṣé ń gbádùn bá ṣe ń ṣeun a máa ka ìròyìn lábẹ́ rẹ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni a máa fi fídíò wọn hàn torí àsìkò ká lè bá yín fi gbogbo ìròyìn tó ń lọ káàkiri ní àgbáyé hàn yín èmi ń ka ìròyìn lọ ní abẹ́lẹ̀ ń bí o so orí ojú òwe Vanguard News láti rí Títí Òbí lọ́wọ́ tó ń gbé yẹn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní Jonathan arrived in the company of his wife former first lady dem kìíní kan patent Jonathan exercise their civil rights àwọn ìròyìn tó ń lọ lábẹ́lábẹ́nu wọ́n tún kọ síbi pé Speaker of the House of Representatives former Mr. ẹgẹ́ mú mi kí n tó kà Speaker of House of Representatives Mr. Femi Gbadabiamugbo cast his vote at Elizabeth Fowler Primary School, Mercy Enelli Street, Surulere area. Bóyá ìlú Èkó nù àwa ò mọ ibi tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Èmi ò mọ ibi tí ń jẹ́ bọ̀ Surulere yẹn. Bóyá pé kò ní Surulere wà bí mo ṣe ń wò. Wọ́n ní Fowler Primary School, Mercy Enelli Street, Surulere. Ó ní Gbàjàbíàmílà ó ti ń dìbò tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ Gbàjàbíàmílà ó ti ń dìbò tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ gbogbo wọn ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní the vice president candidate of the APC Congress Kasim Shettima on Saturday arrived in Shettima Primary Polling Unit 001 in Lawanbuka ward of Maduguri Metropolis but could not vote due to the absence of election officer. Àwọn náà ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ó ń lọ bó ṣe ń lọ ó ń lọ bó ṣe ń lọ ó ń lọ bó ṣe ń lọ Jagaban àwọn rèé ló ń lọ lójú òpópónà bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Muhammadu Buhari wọ́n ní Buhari display ballot paper after voting in Daura òun àti ìyàwó ẹ̀ ní o ìyàwó former president àti the new ghost tó wà ńbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ torí pé Aisha náà wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ẹni tó wà ńbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ tá a pè ní Buhari Ghostime. President Muhammadu Ghostime Buhari on Saturday displayed his ballot paper after casting vote at his polling unit in his own town, Daura, Katsina State. Ṣé ẹ̀dẹ̀ ṣúọ̀ pé ìyẹn Aisha Buhari àti Ghostime wọ́n jọ sùn sínú yàrá kan mi ò believe. Where for presidential candidate of ruling APC Congress, APC Senator Remi has cast a vote. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ti gbé tiẹ̀ lọ síbẹ̀, òun náà ti vote. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has cast a vote in the ongoing presidential and National Assembly election. Sanwo-Olu náà ti dìbò tiẹ̀ o. So bí bàbá wọn ṣe ń lọ lójú agbo lọ́wọ́ tí bàbá wọn cast tí wọn tí àwọn ọmọ wọn ṣe hi bí tí àwọn ọmọ ọ̀tá ṣe hi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá wọn náà ṣe tí wọn okay wọ́n ní yes Mercy Enelli Street Surulere ṣebí kò ló ń jẹ́ bá àwọn ẹsẹ̀ wọn ìmọ̀ fi sign wá wo ìyàwó tó yín Adéoyè lórí yín o ẹ jẹ́ ká máa kàròyìn lọ lábẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ ń gbádùn rẹ̀ bá ṣe ń kàròyìn lé lórí ẹ jẹ́ ká máa bá yín ka àwọn ìròyìn tó ń lọ káàkiri àgbáyé tí bàbá wọn bá ti dìbò tán àwọn àtòrí pé bàbá wọn nísìnyí Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu polling unit in Ìkẹjà eléyìí tẹ́ ń wò lọ́wọ́ yìí polling unit in Ìkẹjà cast his vote Ìkẹjà ní Jagaban bọ̀ǹgù wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní presidential candidate of ruling APC Congress Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu has arrived his polling unit at Alausa in Ìkẹjà, Lagos. Tinubu was accompanied by his wife Remi. Now àwọn náà wà lójú òpópónà yín lọ́wọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a tó máa gbé ti Buhari náà wá. A máa mú fídíò Buhari wá. Nígbà tí bàbá wọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ Jagaban bọ̀ǹgùkù olóòlókò ogun wọn sórí ipò lọ́wọ́. Nígbà tó bá kúrò lójú agbo tí bàbá wọn bá jó tán a máa gbé àwọn tìlẹ́yìn wá a máa mú gbogbo wa ìròyìn pọ̀ mílíọ̀nù yẹ́yẹ́yẹ́ so don't miss the ìròyìn tó lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ kó wá máa gbọ́ bó ṣe ń lọ torí ò lè máa fò lọ́sọ̀tún fò lọ́sọ̀sì ẹ̀ẹ̀kan náà lọ́ọ́ fò ojú kan náà lọ́ọ́ fò sí ojú kan náà lọ́ọ́ fò sí mo ṣe sọ fún ọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ pé kó o gbọ́ pẹ̀lú kó wá máa wo bó ṣe lè ní ó mọ̀ fún ọ ní bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bó ṣe ń lọ èmi ó máa fún yín ẹ máa sí ààrẹ ẹ máa láìkì rẹ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ṣe ń gbádùn wọ́n sign another new year another amalgamation Jagaban abangu olówó àníbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ àti mọ bí ó ṣe lọ àmẹ́ tí wọ́n gbé fún o àti mọ bí wọ́n ṣe gbé fún wọn pé wọ́n gbé fún Jagaban àwọn ò tí mọ̀ Ọlọ́run nìkan ló mọ̀ o bóyá Òbí ni wọ́n gbé fún o àwọn ò mọ̀ Ọlọ́run nìkan ló mọ̀ o bóyá Àtífù náà ni wọ́n padà dà sọ́run Ọlọ́run nìkan ló yé àwa ò mọ̀ nǹkan kan àwa ò mọ̀ wọ́n o Olódùmarè lọ́ba tó mọ̀ gbogbo nínú ohun gbogbo àwa ò kì í ṣa àwọn tí a máa ṣe bí àwọn tó kúrò dé Jagaban ti dìbò rẹ̀ tán ó dẹ̀ ti ń lọ sílé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ti ń di bàbá Jagaban lọ́wọ́ mú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni vice presidential candidate ẹ jẹ́ ká lo fọ́lùmù yìí díẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ lè gbọ́ vice presidential candidate PDP Senator Ifeanyi Okowa cast his vote òun náà ti dìbò tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ojú òpópónà Vanguard newspaper láti rí lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní Mrs. Fọláṣadé Tinubu Òjó daughter of APC presidential candidate Tinubu Bola arrives at board PPU 085 that is 085 Aláùsá Ìkẹjà bàbá rẹ̀ ló á mú fídíò tiẹ̀ náà wá torí gbogbo ọ̀la mú wá ẹ jẹ́ ká bá yín mú fídíò rẹ̀ wá torí tá a bá ti ń ka news rẹ̀ a máa fi fídíò àwọn sí ṣùgbọ́n a fẹ́ kí bàbá wọn kò lójú agbo tán torí bàbá wọn ń jó lọ́wọ́ tí bàbá wọn bá ti jó tán lójú agbo a máa wọn ọmọ wa so ìwọ lọ́mọ bá ń tẹ láìkì àti lọ́ọ̀fù ayé rẹ̀ ò sì ní dojúrú bó ṣe ń lọ ìwọ̀n bẹ́ẹ̀ yín tẹ́ bá ti wò lénìí kò káyé tiwa ìròyìn tó ń lọ la mú wá torí ló mọ̀ bí ẹ̀yìn kan báyà àtúnbá yín jẹ́ inú tún bí yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gómìnà Adémọ́lá Adélékè vote at Sagba Abogunde Ward 9 Ward Unit 9 ni wọ́n ti dìbò tiwọn ní èní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ní ìlú Ọ̀ṣun ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti dìbò wọn wọ́n ní EFCC operative storm Tinubu polling unit operative of economic and financial crime commission EFCC on Saturday stormed the polling unit of APC all APC Congress presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu ó bá parí àwọn EFCC wọ́n ti wọlé tọ̀ bàbá Jagaban lọ ní ibi tí wọ́n ti dìbò wọ́n tẹ̀lé Jagaban àwọn ọbẹ̀ ní bóyá in case bàbá lè ṣe owó bóyá bàbá lè ṣe owó ìdí inú tán fi tẹ̀lé Jagaban wọlé bóyá wọ́n lè ṣe owó ẹ mọ̀ pa àwọn náà gbogbo wọn náà ó ṣeé ṣe kí bàbá tó fẹ́ ṣe owó ń bẹ̀ yẹn mọ́ bínú ìbọn tún Yorùbá dúró Yorùbá ti dúró no amalgamation èmi kọ́ ni mo sọ àwọn tó ń sàn rẹ̀ ni ẹ bá rí so èmi ò sọ pé Yorùbá ti dúró no amalgamation torí Yorùbá nation kò tí ì dúró Yorùbá nation kò tí ì dúró torí tí n bá ní Yorùbá ti dúró Tinubu ní sọ fún ipò ti dúró lọ́wọ́ yẹn n tó ṣẹlẹ̀ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ni mo mú wálé ni wọ́n ń rí new amalgamation ni so kò rọ́ǹgì o wọ́n sign new amalgamation lọ́wọ́ so my topic is correct with what I'm doing here so Yorùbá nation kan kò tí ì dúró lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tó wà yìí so èmi ò kí purọ́ ń tèmi lórí ìkànnì mi Yorùbá wo ló dúró sọ àti gba Yorùbá nation ni àti gba Yorùbá nation gbogbo àwọn ọmọ yín náà ti lọ rèé post náà ti lọ rèé sign ẹ kú ìpalẹ̀mọ́ yóò dá fún ìyá mi ìyá yín fún amalgamation mìíràn ṣé ẹ ti di bá ń pẹ́ táwa sọ bí iye wa àwọn tí bá ti sọ pé wọ́n ń sign wọ́n ti mọ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ lágbo ìdìbò location náà lọ́wọ́ torí tí bá ní Yorùbá ti dúró irọ́ ni mo pa Yorùbá wo ló dúró níbi tó ti ní wọ́n ní kò ní election ti wáyé ó yá ẹ dẹ́kun ẹ jẹ́ ẹ má jẹ́ ká distract dáre ẹ jẹ́ ká máa kan tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gómìnà Autumn àtìyàwó rẹ̀ Eunice undergoing accreditation accreditation at polling unit O16, TSC Autumn, TC Autumn, Inzoro Guma local government. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ti lọ dìbò tiwọn. A mú fídíò tiwọn náà wá láìpẹ́ kí bàbá wọn bá ti jó tán lójú agbo. A mú gbogbo wọn wá àti ibi tí wọ́n ti dìbò tiwọn náà. Gbogbo wọn la mú wá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni the wife of Governor Danguje Hafsat Abdullahi Danguje can be seen on screen squivel at the Seeking Gari Poly Unit. Seeking Gari Poly Unit. Okay. Danguje ward Kawakin Tofa local government waiting to vote her juice. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà la mú wá. Ìyàwó Danguje wọ́n ní òun náà ti wà ní abala ibi tó náà ti ṣe ìdìbò fún ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà location 419 lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n wà ńbẹ̀. Gbogbo fídíò wọn la mú wá o. A dẹ̀ tún fi fídíò wọn ní Tinubu wife Remi Fort òun náà ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ pẹ̀lú ìborùn búlù pẹ̀lú àǹkárá àti bíṣù funfun tí wọ́n wọ̀ tí wọ́n sì dábòlẹ̀ gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ tán wá rù lọ́bí ìgbà tán bá fẹ́ fi sí fún ìyá látẹ̀yìn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe ń dìbò tiwọn náà lọ́wọ́. A fi àwòrán fídíò wọn náà hàn yín nígbà tí ọkọ wọn bá jókòó lójú agbo tán torí ọkọ wọn sì wà lójú agbo lọ́wọ́. Ọkọ wọn wà lójú agbo tí ọkọ wọn bá ti jó tán lójú agbo àwọn ọmọ wa. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni PV Atolokunle Mansin as the game changer. Nigeria decide 2023. Àti ìṣúlẹ̀ wọn. Àbórí tayí ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ ni at 9 a.m. another group of adults has been play football in Ìjẹ̀ṣà area, local Ìjẹ̀ṣà area, Lagos. Àwọn ọmọ ń gbá bọ́ọ̀lù lójú kìíní. Àti Àtíkù bo l'Àtíkù ságbà lọ. Àtíkù bo ló lọ. I am optimistic of winning. Atiku says after casting for presidential candidate of the People Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar has expressed the optimism of winning the presidential election. Atiku stated this while speaking with newsmen after casting his vote at Ajiya. Ibi tí Atiku ti dìbò ní. Ibi tí Atiku ti dìbò ní. Atiku dìbò tiẹ̀ ní Ajiya Ward 2. Ajiya at Ward 2 in Gadambawa Ward. Yola North local government of Adamawa. Yola North local government of Adamawa. So Adamawa ló ti lọ ní Atiku ó ti lọ dìbò sí ẹ̀ lénìí. Where is INEC? No INEC officer arrive at Arepo Obafemi Owodi Ogun State living voter standard gbogbo ẹ̀ wọ́ọ̀dù ó ti kọ lùkùlùmùsù àwọn èèyàn tó jókòó ni wọn. Àwọn èèyàn ò rí dìbò ní wọn rí àpótí ìdìbò wọn rí àwọn INEC o wọn sì ti bọ́ta wọn ti lọ jókòó wọn retí àwọn tí ó dìbò lọ́wọ́ ní Ogun State. No INEC officer has arrived. Arepo Obafemi Owode Ogun State living voters standard. Story stranded and wondering bó ṣe ń lọ ní agbolé òde yẹn ní ìyẹn ti lọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìbò dẹ̀ ń lọ ní Àbújá lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n dìbò lọ́wọ́ INEC AD HOC staff sign protest over non-payment allowed. Ó parí ní Dayawu Kano State. Gbogbo tó ṣe lọ láǹkà fún yín lọ́wọ́. 40 square presidential Buhari polling unit. Àwọn ará Daura rẹ̀ wà àwọn arúgbó. Àwọn arúgbó náà ń dìbò bí wọ́n jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọdé ò tí ì dìbò. Àti àwọn ọmọ inú wọn tí wọ́n dìbò lọ́wọ́. Ó yá sún sẹ́yìn lọ dìbò tiẹ̀. Ibi tí bàbá Olúṣẹ́gun Ọbásanjọ́ àwọn náà ti lọ dìbò wọ́n ti lọ káàsì fóòtù tiwọn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọmọdé ń ṣe eré ọwọ́, yes, ọmọdé ń ṣe eré ọwọ́. Ṣé bàbá ti ṣe tán? Ní voter checking their names on the list at Ado Ekiti, Unit 9, Ward 11. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ní ìlú Adó lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ń wo ohun tí ó lọ. Nigeria decide. Ẹ̀yin lẹ máa sọ ikú tí ń bọ̀ wá pa yín nínú ọdún yìí tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá tètè mú bẹ́ẹ̀ sí. Ẹ̀sùn sẹ́yìn ẹ̀mọ ẹgbẹ́ ká mọ bá ṣe dìbò ẹ̀sùn sẹ́yìn. Àti ìrí ọmọ Yẹlé Sowore o kó ká dìbò ó ní Sowore wà àrí ọ Kọ́lá Abíọ́lá àti ìrí wọn náà apá abolo wà. Jagaban of Bongu where you dey? Ẹ dákun bàbá Jagaban ó ti ṣetán ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé ẹlòmíì wọlé ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé agbòmíì ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé bàbá Jagaban ti dìbò tán ẹ jẹ́ ká mú Pétérù Òbí náà wọlé torí pé Pétérù Òbí náà ara àwọn presidential candidate ní so ẹ jẹ́ ká mú Pétérù Òbí wọlé ká tó wá máa mú àwọn gómìnà kéékèèké àwọn gómìnà wá gómìnà ẹ jẹ́ ká mú bí Pétérù Òbí náà ṣe lọ dìbò títí ẹ̀ ní ìlú rẹ̀ ní Anambra. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni a máa mú a lọ wá tí Ọmọyẹlé lọ́nà kọnà tí Ọmọyẹlé bá ságbà lọ a lọ wú wa torí ara àwọn presidential candidate náà ni àti ẹ̀rọ orí Kọ́lá Abíọ́lá lórí ìjókòó níjọ́ tí gbogbo wọn ń jókòó àárí ọ̀rọ̀ tí ò dá lẹ́nu gbogbo èèyàn ń ṣe ọkọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ìgbànìbọ̀ lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gà ń tiẹ̀ àárí Kọ́lá Abíọ́lá àárí. Nigeria, only people for Amunu Odefin inside the Lagos. They protest as both materials and official never arrive at 12:30 p.m. for digging going Nigeria presidential and National Assembly election. Ẹ má jà o, ẹ farabalẹ̀ bára yín jà o.
Àwọn ni wọ́n tún kí àwọn olólùfẹ́ wọn àwọn èrò olùdìbò àti àwọn tó fẹ́ tiwọn tí wọ́n wá sí ibùdó ìdìbò níbi tí wọ́n ti dìbò lónìí. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ara ohun tó sọ náà ni pé ó dá òun lójú pé bọ́rọ̀ ṣe ń lọ dídùn ni ọ̀sán yóò ṣe fún òun ní ètò ìdìbò yìí. Tó níbi gbogbo tí ẹ bá ti ń wò wá jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà bí ètò ìdìbò sí ipò ààrẹ àti àwọn ìjókòó ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àpapọ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà òun náà ni à ń mú wá fún yín ní ìkànnì BBC News Yorùbá. Gbogbo bí nǹkan bá tún ṣe ń lọ a tún máa mú wá.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ bá yín mú Pétérù Òbí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ Pétérù Òbí ẹ jẹ́ ká mú tiẹ̀ wá bí òun náà ṣe dìbò nílùú rẹ̀ torí pé presidential candidate ó lè yí.
All right. In that, we also have to bring you in based on what we're discussing here and what we are seeing on camera. The strong words by the former president of Nigeria, Jonathan, basically saying the weary of Amalgama. And then on our screen, we have total is also to exercise his franchise. we also have to bring you in based on what we're discussing here and what we are saying on camera. The strong words by the former president of Nigeria, Jonathan, basically saying be wary of armed robbers. And then on our screen we have total is also our to exercise his franchise.
Now, Peter Obi Peter Obi
níbi gbogbo tí ẹ ti ń wò wá káàkiri àgbáyé.
Peter ọmọ ọ̀bẹ ló ń lọ dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Báyẹn ni wọ́n ṣe báyẹn ni ìkànṣe wọ ilé ó dẹ̀ fi ṣe ìfàjẹ nítorí pé ó fẹ́ jí àpótí ìdìbò gbé náà bá yìnbọn fún túkà níbọn bá wọnú ara rẹ̀ túkà ẹ jẹ́ ká gbọ́. Wow. Kábíyèsí Elédùmarè ẹ jẹ́ kí n ṣàlàyé lórí bíbá yìí o jẹ́jẹ́ la mà dúró abẹ́ ẹ̀rọ Ọlọ́run mo dẹ̀ kìlọ̀ fún yín pé kó o mọ̀ dàgbòrú kó o mọ̀ jẹ́ àpótí ìdìbò gbé bí àwọn eléyìí ọmọ ta àwọn tọ́ọ̀gì pọlitíkù tọ́ọ̀gì ní pé kán lọ da ojú agbórú níbi tí wọ́n ti ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bí àwọn ṣe kó ìbọn dé nìyẹn wọn mọ̀ páwọn ọ̀tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ wà ní kọ́nà bó ṣe fi kú ṣèfàgẹ́ nìyẹn o àwọn kan ti jí àpótí ìdìbò gbé lọ ballot paper bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n yìnbọn kàṣòkàṣò wọn mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti fi àwọn ọ̀tẹlẹ̀múyẹ́ sí gbogbo kọríkọdù inú ilé gbogbo kọ́nàkọ́nà sẹ́ẹ̀rí bó ṣe wọlé dé ẹni tó gbé gan jálẹ̀ báyìí ó ń gbèrọ ní straight àwọn míì ti dojú agbórú wọn ti jí ballot paper gbé bíbọn bí wọ́n ṣe yìnbọn fún nìyẹn ìwọ́dà orí ẹ̀bùrú ìkòṣà ló bá fẹ̀mí ṣòfò ẹ dákun bó lè ṣe lọ títí ẹnu ẹran lọ àkẹ́ ẹni retí ẹ ti lọ bó ṣe fi kú ṣèbàjẹ́ nìyẹn o a sọ fún wọn kán yé dàgbòrú ẹ dìbò yín tẹ́ bá fẹ́ dì wọ́rọ́wọ́ ẹ má ṣe dáràn ẹ má ṣe hùwà jàǹdùkú ẹ̀yin hùwà jàǹdùkú àwọn tí bí fọmọ wọn sílé ìbọn ti bá ta ni ó bọ̀ tọ́jú ọmọ rẹ báyìí ta ni ó tọ́jú ọmọ tó bí kò sí ẹbẹ́ rí ìbọn bá wèrè pòó bó ṣe fi kú ṣèbàjẹ́ nù o ìbọn bá wèrè ta ni ó bá tọ́jú ọmọ tó bí kò sẹ́ni tí ó tọ́jú ọmọ rẹ ẹran lọ àkẹ́ lẹ́ran bá lọ àkẹ́ nìbọn bá kòṣà ìbọn bá wèrè kù náà bá yìnbọn fún pò Tinubu Peter Obi ọmọ Yẹlé Sowore ta ni nínú àwọn ọmọ yín Yẹyẹ Bello ìwọ náà ń dàgbòrú níbi tó wà dẹ́hùn báyìí ni a bẹ̀rẹ̀ Nigeria decide 2023 presidential election àwa fẹ́ kọ́kọ́ mọ tó ń lọ lágbo náà ká tó wá gbé ìròyìn wá sí ojú móhùnmáwòrán gbogbo kí ló dé ṣébò náà lẹ́bẹ̀ẹ́dì tẹ́ ẹrù jí kúkú báyìí a máa ṣe nǹkan o anyways ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi nínú Olúwa ẹ jẹ́ ká fún yín ní àwọn míì bíi gbogbo àwọn nígbà tí gọ́fúnà Ọ̀tọ̀mù tí ó rè dìbò tiẹ̀ tí ó sì kásì bí ó sì fẹ́ kásì ìbò tiẹ̀ Ganduje wife gọ́fúnà Ọ̀tọ̀mù náà rèé ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ fún yín ní títí autopsy lọ́wọ́ gọ́fúnà Ọ̀tọ̀mù báwọn náà ṣe wọlé sí agbo ìdìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ bó ṣe ń lọ láwùjọ location 9 tí wọ́n ti ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ni gómìnà báyìí ni gọ́vnà Ọ̀tọ̀mù ṣe wọlé sí ojú àgbàgbé gọ́vnà Ọ̀tọ̀mù ló dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí ní orílẹ̀-èdè gómìnà ọ̀tọ̀ ló dìbò lọ́wọ́ yìí o ìyàwó rẹ̀ ní agbègbè wọn ní wọ́n dìbò lọ́wọ́ ó ṣe lọ láwùjọ àmúwá fún yín eléyìí tí a bá ti wò á gbé wọn kó lójú agbágbé kán lọ sùn kán lọ sẹ́ńpẹ́ ẹlòmíì la tún máa mú wá fún ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tàǹtún ló kù bí ìyá wọn Rẹ̀mí Tinubu náà ṣe ń dìbò tán rùdí sẹ́yìn ẹ jẹ́ ká wo mọ̀mọ́ Tinubu lọ́wọ́ mọ̀mọ́ Tinubu náà fẹ́ dìbò tiwọn bí wọ́n ṣe ìdìbò tiwọn náà kí gbogbo àgbáyé rí pé ìyá Rẹ̀mí wọn kì í ṣe pọ́n fọ́ọ̀tì rẹ̀ ohun tó wù lódì o ìyá Rẹ̀mí Tinubu ló ń dìbò yìí mọ̀mọ́ Rẹ̀mí Tinubu ìyá Rẹ̀mí ìyàwó presidential candidate all APC Congress Olúrẹ̀mí Senator Olúrẹ̀mí Tinubu àwọn ni wọ́n dìbò tiwọn tí wọ́n dẹ̀rù di kúkúkú sẹ́yìn màmá yọ̀dí ni màmá yọ̀dí wípé wọ́n fẹ́ fún màmá jẹ látẹ̀yìn kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni tí ò fún yín jẹ torí ọkọ yín wà ń bẹ̀ torí ìdítẹ̀rù yẹn ti pọ̀ jù nígbà tí ìsèpẹ́ fẹ́ rúkú sẹ́fẹ́ dìbò ni sẹ́fẹ́ kírun ni bí Fọlá Tinubu bóun náà ṣe wọ agbágbé ìbò tó lọ dìbò tó sì tún sọ̀rọ̀ níbẹ̀ ọ̀hún náà jáde o ọmọ Tinubu wà ń gbẹ o ọmọ Tinubu torí pé náà ti dàgbò ti dàgbà ẹ lè rí Ṣèyí láyé ẹ lè rí Ṣèyí láyé ṣe yóò lè síbẹ̀ tó àríròyìn Ṣèyí ó ti já lọ ó ti sá lọ ní tiẹ̀ dàgbòrú ọmọ. Báyìí ni ọmọ Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu ọmọ presidential candidate ló ṣe lọ dìbò tí wọ́n ní ẹ̀dá ní àdúgbò ibi tí bàbá rẹ̀ ti lọ dìbò ọmọ ti dìbò àti ọkọ rẹ̀ ti lọ dìbò ṣùgbọ́n ẹni tẹ̀yí ẹ̀ lórí dàgbòrú ọmọ ẹ̀ lérò ṣùgbọ́n lè ń títí ẹ̀ ọlọ́pàá tí ó tẹ̀lé nǹkan tó lọ́kọ rẹ̀ wọ́n ti lọ́kàn tí ó lọ́mọ ńlé lọ́kàn ńlé kò lè lọ́bì kankan àwọn àwọn ọdọ tún kù tá a ti fi sí ìpamọ́ ọmọ Tinubu ẹ jẹ́ káwọn bí EFCC wọ́n ṣe stop báwọn EFCC bí wọ́n ṣe rí bí wọ́n ṣe wọlé sí ibi tí Jagaban ti fẹ́ níbi tí Jagaban ó ti dìbò àwọn EFCC gbogbo ẹ̀ náà láàmú wá sójú móhùnmáwòrán yín bó ṣe ń lọ EFCC Nàìjíríà wọ́n wọlé sí ibi tí wọ́n ti dìbò EFCC rèé o. Báyìí ni EFCC tí wọ́n ṣe tẹ̀lé Jagaban wọ ibi tí yóò ti dìbò tiẹ̀ ní ìlú Èkó wọ́n storm wọbẹ̀ ni o wọ́n wọbẹ̀ wàláì wọ́n wọbẹ̀ abẹ́ẹ̀rí Ọlọ́run gómìnà Ganduje ẹ jẹ́ ká wo Dandogo ó náà ṣe ẹ jẹ́ ká wo ilé ìtalélé President Muhammadu Buhari bí òun náà ṣe dìbò tiẹ̀ lénìí ẹ jẹ́ ká wo bí President Muhammadu Buhari bó ṣe dìbò tiẹ̀ náà ní Daura tí wọ́n fi ìbò wọn hàn ní Daura lénìí àwọn rèé bí President Muhammadu Buhari
please leave me or this the president is that allowed? Is that no, it's not. Oh, he's not supposed to do that. No, that's why it's secret ballot. You're not. But it's a significant thing for him to do, isn't it? That it is. I wonder whether the pressure in the party and the sort of little infights they're having where there are speculations that maybe what he's saying is different. And he now wants to prove. Yes. And he now wants to prove
that I'm a party man. Okay, let's have Frank from Abuja. We thank him earlier, but let's have Nigeria. You've done very well.
Thank you so much for having.
Fáǹfààní ẹ̀yin tí ẹ rí bí Muhammadu Buhari bó ṣe dìbò tiẹ̀ ní Daura lénìí nìyẹn wọ́n dìbò tí wọ́n ní èní nìyẹn ní Daura bọ́n ṣe dìbò tí wọ́n lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní Daura tálẹ̀ tó fẹ́ mú wá fún yín àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní agbègbè ilẹ̀ Yíbò ní Asaba situation report ẹ jẹ́ ká mú wá fún yín Asaba situation report lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní Asaba ẹ jẹ́ ká mú wá fojú agbègbè ẹ̀yin ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí ẹ̀yin ọmọ ìyá mi nínú
system. I'm online. This one is something. This is Okwe Primary School unit. They are rigging election here. All the cards are not working. Look at the INEC officials. Look at the INEC officials. They said our card is not, their system is not accepting our card. Look at them. They said our system, this is Okwe Primary School. This is Okwe Primary School. They said our card is not configured in the system. Government, you need to swing into action. They have started rigging election. Government, swing into action. I am broadcasting live from Okwe Primary School, Asaba. This is Okwe Primary School, Asaba. The machine they brought, look at people are complaining. People are complaining. Are you not seeing that? Yes. Okwe Primary School was the one. Okwe Primary School was the one. They are not accepting our card. They said our card is not configured in the system. Look at the multitude here. This is not even on live streaming. No, I'm on live. I'm on live. If you can't do it.
Asaba report la mú wá fún yín yẹn Asaba report yes a mú wá fún yín bó ló ṣe ń lọ lágbàgbé bí Asaba report bó ṣe ń lọ ní Asaba report Asebe report ẹ jẹ́ ká tún sáré lọ síwájú sí èwo lókù tá bá fún yín àti fún yín ní ti Asaba ibo lélẹ̀ good news river people are beginning to reject Wike ẹ jẹ́ ká mú wá o bí wọ́n ṣe reject Wike ore wọ́n reject ẹ wọ́n reject Wike wọ́n ní river people are rejected Wike ẹ jẹ́ ká mú wá wọ́n reject Wike
Can you imagine? Okay, now APC people them
they give them 500,000.
Can you imagine?
Why you telling me?
Technology, open space 1, unit 12. They are trying to rig the election. They are trying to rig the election. They are telling all the men where to go. Telling them where to campaign. This is wrong. This is wrong.
Attestation first before you vote.
Good.
Why are you telling them to vote? Why are you telling them to vote?
Iye owó tí wọ́n ní Wike ó gbé wá torí pé ó fẹ́ rígì election kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lágbo àwọn wọ́n ní at MC Oluomo polling unit police officer stand as Igbo and Peter Obi supporter pé kò jọ at MC Oluomo stand and Igbo supporter in threatening and the same Fran chim ebobu oya ẹ já wò ó àti sọ rẹ̀ níbẹ̀rẹ̀ ta ló ń kọ́ mi boyfriend mi you are welcome ẹ ǹlẹ́ o n tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ọ̀dọ̀ ní poly unity MC Olúọmọ.
Any evil wey dem born very well, wey dem born here, God dey here, wey dem born here, make it come for take it. Any evil wey dem born very well, wey dem born here, God dey here, wey dem born here, make it come for take it. Any evil wey dem born very well, wey dem born here, God dey here, wey dem born here, make it come for take it. Any evil wey dem born very well, wey dem born here, God dey here, wey dem born here, make it come for take it. Any evil wey dem born very well, wey dem born here, God dey here, wey dem born here, make it come for take it. Any evil wey dem born very well.
MC Olúọmọ wọ́n threaten ní àwọn ọmọ ẹni tí ò bá ti dìbò fún wọn báyìí ẹni tí ò bá ti dìbò fún wọn wọ́n ní wọn gbà ẹni tí ò bá ti lè dìbò fún wọn tí ò bá ti jẹ́ pé Tinubu tí ò bá ti dìbò fún Tinubu wọ́n ń dá wọn padà ara ẹ̀ náà rè ìwọ tó ò bá ti dìbò ẹ jẹ́ ká wo bí Peter Obi ṣe work bó ṣe catwalk wọ ibi tí ó ti lọ rè dìbò àti ẹ̀ tí so ìdìbò tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn Ọmọyẹlé àmọ́ ibi tó Ọmọyẹlé gbórí lọ bóyá ká lọ sórí ìkànnì tiẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ wá Ọmọyẹlé bí Peter Obi ṣe wọlé tó catwalk lọ ẹ jẹ́ ká wá Ọmọyẹlé Sowore lọ torí àwa ò lè sí lónìí Ọmọyẹlé Sowore ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sórí ìkànnì Sowore ká lọ wo tó ṣẹlẹ̀ náà Sowore dà
Ogun tó wà nílé. Ogun tó wà nílé.
ẹ jẹ́ ká wá Ọmọyẹlé lọ ká lọ wo nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ náà ní agbègbè Sowore bóyá Sowore náà dìbò ní àdúgbò yẹn òrèwé kápọ̀ wo Uluma ti wọlé Uluma. Ọmọyẹlé òkè bí Ọmọyẹlé ṣe wọlé rèé tó wá dìbò Ọmọyẹlé wà bẹ́ẹ̀ Alliance Party AAC Ọmọyẹlé Peter Obi ló ń wọ́ọ̀kì lọ́wọ́ yìí bọ̀tẹ́ jẹ́ kí n máa kọ ohun tí Ọmọyẹlé náà ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ bátìrì mọ́ wọlé o bátìrì mọ́ kú o ẹjẹ́ àti sájà sájà kí náà pèlè èdè ṣájà bí Ọmọyẹlé bí òun náà ṣe ń dìbò lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ kẹrẹ presidential candidate àti rí Ọmọyẹlé ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ rè wá Ọmọyẹlé ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ rè gbé Ọmọyẹlé wá sí ojú àgbàgbé yín ẹ jẹ́ ká gbé Ọmọyẹlé Sowore Ọmọyẹlé Sowore Ọmọyẹlé Sowore Sowore okay good one credit mi lọ́wọ́ only the deed of being ṣe yẹlẹrẹ ẹ jẹ́ ká wò bí àwọn èèyàn ṣe ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ àwọn tí wọ́n ń dìbò lọ́wọ́ ní àgbàgbé Yẹlé Sowore tí Sowore sì fẹ́ di ìbò títí ẹ̀ níbi tí Ọmọyẹlé Sowore wà ẹ jẹ́ ká kọ́kọ́ gbé torí ìkànnì rẹ̀ ká tún tó wá gbé ìmíràn wá a ti lọ rè gbé Ọmọyẹlé Sowore wá o ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá tàtà bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọmọyẹlé Sowore gbogbo wọn la máa gbé lẹ́nì a fẹ́ wo àwọn títọ́gì bá lò pọ̀ àtàwọn tí wọ́n ń da gboru a rí pé peace ni ó ń bá dé akámọ́kúrọ́ kámọ́ jalè wọ́n fẹ́ da ojú àgbo bàbá Jagaban láwọn ọmọ ọ̀tá àwọn ọmọ ọ̀tá kámọ́kúrọ́ kámọ́ jalè àwọn ọmọ ọ̀tá yẹn wọ́n fẹ́ da wọ́n ṣàfẹ́ kí kọ́mọ̀kọ́mọ ọ̀tá ní Jagaban kọ́sà lè mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ń yọnu bẹ́ẹ̀ ní ìsìn gbogbo ibi tó ti dìbò lẹ́nì tinú àwọn APC náà láti rí tí wọ́n ti ń sọ pé bọ́ọ̀ bá dìbò fún APC ó gbúdọ̀ dúró wọ́n ṣàfẹ́sẹ̀ bàbá yẹn dẹ̀ wá wọ́rọ́wọ́ kámọ́kúrọ́ kámọ́ jalè Tinubu wọbẹ̀ ńlọ́wọ́rọ́wọ́ ni kámọ́kúrọ́ kámọ́ jalè wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ló wọ Ìkẹjà àti Rẹ̀mí rẹ̀ Sùdútù wọ́n wọbẹ̀ yẹn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ lọ́wọ́rọ́wọ́ tí ò ò sí jà rárá wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ni wọ́n wọbẹ̀ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ni wọ́n wọbẹ̀ ká má kúrò ká má jalè wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ni Jagaban ń wọbẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n wọn máa lé wọn lè ṣe kán mọ́ dàgbòhún so la fi mú gbogbo ẹ̀ wá fún yín lójúmọ́ màwòrán ká wo àwọn tí wọ́n fẹ́ dàgbòhún ká lè mọ táwọn ò fi sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìkànnì tiwa bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wọlé á ti mọ̀ pé ọ̀nà ìrú lẹ fi dàgbòhún àti mú pọ́ìntì àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ń sọ pé tó o bá tẹ̀ka fún APC níbí ọ padà sílé ìyá rẹ̀ padà sílé adẹ̀ ti rí àwọn APC bó ṣe tilẹ̀kùn máwọn èèyàn ní Kogi State bí Yẹ̀yẹ́ Bello ló ṣe tilẹ̀kùn máwọn èèyàn tó já bíríìjì àti rí gbogbo rígírígí ẹlẹ́sàn bí Wike náà ṣe gbé 500,000 naira wá sí ojú agbágbé APC náà ni so ọmọ Yẹlẹ́rè o so ká lè mọ̀ Jagaban wá wọ́rọ́wọ́ ká mọ̀ kúrọ́ Jagaban ó wá wọ́rọ́wọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọmọ kọ́ mọ̀ wọn lè wá wọ́rọ́wọ́ wọn ti fa Coronado kan tó kù ní ẹ̀mọ̀ wọn ti fà bàbá yín wá wọ́rọ́wọ́ kó sì dìbò rẹ̀ wọ́rọ́wọ́ kó wọ́ aṣọ rọ̀ kí rẹ̀ wọ́rọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ dàgbò rẹ̀ rú kí ló ṣe yín náà so ẹ̀yin tèmi Ọmọyẹlé Sowore ẹ jẹ́ ká wo Ọmọyẹlé láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ wá ó yá Ọmọyẹlé Sowore rèé níbi tí Ọmọyẹlé ti lọ dìbò ìjọ ìkànnì gbogbo rẹ̀ á padà rí lẹ́tà Ọmọyẹlé náà wò yìí àti àwọn èèyàn tí wọ́n fẹ́ dìbò ní unity ẹ̀ níbẹ̀ tí Ọmọyẹlé Sowore Sowore rẹ̀ Ọmọyẹlé táwa ni ó wà gbébò báyìí o Obi Jagaban àti mẹ́ntí wọ́n gbébò fún bí Ọmọyẹlé ṣe wọ àkọ̀kọ̀rẹ́ pẹ̀lú ìgò dúdú lọ́rùn tí wọ́n gbó ìgò dúdú sójú wọn tó fọwọ́ ra tẹ́ẹ̀tì jẹun ni oúnjẹ tí Ọmọyẹlé jẹ lẹ́ni ti pọ̀jù ikùn rẹ̀ ti tóbi síta oúnjẹ tó jẹ lẹ́ni ti yọ ọjọ́ jẹun dúdú ọjù bí Ọmọyẹlé ṣe wọ agbágbé rèé láti dìbò fún pé ó fẹ́ di ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè rí tóòdù lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ èrò púpọ̀ tẹ̀lé wá nígbà tí ìsàgbèrè abẹ́ẹ̀rí kò kó èrò púpọ̀ wá èèyàn bíi mélòó kan ló jókòó àwọn tó dúró lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ gan-an ẹ máa rí àwọn èèyàn simple people ló dúró sí lẹ́yìn kò sí jà kò sáriwo kò sí jáyá wẹrẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ni ṣẹ́ǹṣì eré nínà kò sí tó jọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ni wọ́n ẹ̀bẹ́ rí wọn ọlọ́pàá mélòó ló wà lẹ́yìn rẹ̀ wọ́rọ́ ẹ̀rí kò sí ariwo kò sí jà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá gbé fún rere bẹ́ẹ̀ gbé fún kò sí tí ó fi ṣe ní kò sí tí fi ń ṣe ní tẹ́ ẹ̀ máa gbé fún kò sí nǹkan kan tí fi ń ṣe ní àbí kí lè fi ń ṣe ní sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Obi náà wọ ọbẹ̀ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ Tinubu wọ ọbẹ̀ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn máa gbèrò wọn ò ní jí ó lọ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ ti ẹnì pẹ̀lú bàbá wọn ni a pè nǹkan ní Putin of Yorùbá Putin of Nigeria wọn lè wọbì kan wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ wọn lè débẹ̀ wọ́ọ́rọ́wọ́ bí Ọmọyẹlé ṣe dé ojú agbágbé rẹ̀ ẹ jábá ẹ fọwọ́dù rẹ̀ torí àròjọ musolókùn ó rèé èmi àti àjọ wà ní náà pàdí ni wá àjọ lọ sùn ní ìṣẹ̀kúwọ̀ èmi àti pàdí ni wá náà ó ti gbàgbé abẹ́rẹ́ ọlọ́pàá tó ń gba nọ́mbà ọlọ́pàá mú sójà tán ní kó wá sójú agbo sójà fóònù ló dì mú steady ìbọn alẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́sẹ́ yín níṣẹ́ lórílẹ̀‐èdè yẹn ṣé nǹkan tán ní kó wá ṣe rèé wọ́n ní kó wá sójú agbo ó wá gbébọn dání ó gbébọn fóònù ló yọ instead fóònù nínú àpẹ àti kọ́kọ́rọ́ mọ́tò ṣe alẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́sẹ́ yín níṣẹ́ ní orílẹ̀‐èdè yẹn orú ti mú ẹ jẹ́ ká fi èsì yẹn sí fan ẹ jẹ́ kó wà ní fáànù atẹ́gùn ooru ti mú wa lá ẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹjọ́ ni ọlọ́pàá tán ní kó máa sọ ṣebí tó ti ń sójú àgbẹ̀ tán bá dà nǹkan bolẹ̀ ń bẹ́ nǹkan ẹ jẹ́ ká sún síwájú.
I'm aware the election intelligence, a lot of them
Ọmọyẹlé ṣe lọ síbi tí ó ti dìbò rèé tí yóò ti fi èékánná rẹ̀ tẹ̀. Ọmọyẹlé is a presidential candidate in Nigeria. No place 19. Ó ti jó, ó ti yọ̀dí. Bí Ọmọyẹlé ṣe lọ síbi tí ó ti gba ìwé ìdìbò rẹ̀ náà ni ẹ̀ ń wò yìí o, ẹ̀yin ará mi nínú Olúwa, pé Ọmọyẹlé bó ṣe lọ gba ìwé tí ó fi tẹ̀ka Ọmọyẹlé náà ti rùdí bí èyí tí ó rù kù láti tẹ̀ka sí ojú ẹ̀, láti tẹ̀bò, láti tẹ ìbò, láti tẹ òbò sí lóyún, láti tẹ̀bò ẹ, láti tẹ̀bò ẹ, tẹ̀ka. Ó náà ni ẹ̀wọ̀n yẹn ní agbègbè tó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́. Why this is not happening in northern, only southwest is the aim. Àbí o, náà ní gbọ́ wọn kọ̀ ìjẹ́ gan ni, àwọn èèyàn yín burú gan ni, wọ́n lọ́wọ́ gan, wọ́n yarí wọn kankan tó kọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀. For 62 years, nothing so up. Pity to all people. Pétérù Ọládélé, ó ní another oko ẹrú amalgamation. Ń ní ẹ lọ fine. Jẹ́ kán mọ̀. Ẹ kú ìpalẹ̀mọ́ ìyá. Adérónkẹ́ Queen. Wọ́n ní ẹ kú ètò ìyá wa. Gbogbo yín ni mo kí bí ẹ ṣe ń wọlé. Ẹ sáré ní kákọ́lé fún mi fún yín mẹ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ọmọyẹlé ti ti ké, ó ti ti ìbò rẹ̀ bọ́nú ìwé. Ó ti ti ìbò rẹ̀, ó ti tẹ òbò rẹ̀ sínú rọ́bà yẹn. Ó ti tẹ ìbò rẹ̀ sínú rọ́bà yẹn. Ọmọyẹlé sọ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀. Ọmọyẹlé sọ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀. Ọmọyẹlé sọ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀. Sọ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀. Ọmọyẹlé ìwé máa ń yọ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ẹ̀ sí èkó ti gbìyànjú sí. Ó jẹ́ kíkún fi ẹ́ o, torí lọ́fọ́ rakùn lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ̀wá ẹ̀ sọ gbé nǹkan kùn ni. Ọmọyẹlé sọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀, sọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀, sọ̀wọ́ rẹ̀. Ó ti tẹ̀bó rẹ̀ sínú rọ́bà tó ti tẹ̀ ẹ́ sójú ẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni orè ẹ̀rí tọ́ọ̀gì lẹ́yìn rẹ̀, kò sí ẹni tí ó dàgbòrú. Ó wà sépò pẹ̀lú àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ yẹn, gbogbo wọn jọ dúró pọ̀. Kò sí ẹni tó ṣe ẹsùn sẹ́yìn ẹ já wẹrẹ ni lórí burúkú ìyá bọ́ bí. Ìlàmẹ́dà ká má jalè, obìnrin ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́kùnrin ni mẹ́. Ọkùnrin ni mẹ́. Ọkùnrin ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ó yẹ ká lo ẹ̀ka ẹ̀, ká lo gbogbo ẹ̀ kó ẹ̀dọ̀ gangan. Àwa gangan ni mọ́dọ̀. Ọmọládùn kẹ́ńkẹ́lẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀n. Ọmọyẹlé ti ta ìbò rẹ̀ tán. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni AIT ó ń ṣe ìfọ̀rọ̀wérọ̀ pẹ̀lú rẹ̀ ẹ̀ rí àwọn èèyàn kan wá ìkan náà ló yọ ọkùn bẹ̀m̀bẹ̀m̀bẹ̀ yìí tó dúró níwájú Yẹlé. Now ẹ ti rí Ọmọyẹlé sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wá àwọn ẹlòmíràn lọ. Ó kù Àtíkù Abubakar, Àtíkù ó kù àbí tálà tí ìfisílẹ̀ báyẹn ó dàbí pé Àtíkù Abubakar nìkan láàtẹ̀rẹ̀ kó wá dìbò abẹ́ akànká ìròyìn tó ń lọ bọ́tá ní láti lè mú Àtíkù wá sí àpàtẹ tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ka àwọn ìròyìn.
We'll handle that at family level. So, but it's an amazing day here today.
Máa sọ̀rọ̀ lọ lábẹ́lẹ̀ ká sáré máa ka àwọn ìròyìn. Wọ́n ní APC talk arrested in Kogi Central by gallant soldier. Thank you, security agency. The governor of Kogi went as harassed the soldier who remained patriotic. Wọ́n ti gbá wọn mú o, wọ́n gbá àwọn tọ́ọ̀gì rẹ̀ mú. Ojú òpópónà tá a ti rí wọn náà nẹ ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wá. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ tá a ti rí ìròyìn tá à ń sọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ Dídó Màláyé Dídó Màláyé Dídó Màláyé olóńsọ yẹn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wípé kẹ́nẹ́ wípé PC thug arrested in Kogi Central by gallant soldier. APC talk arrested in Kogi State, Kogi Central. Abẹ́rẹ́ ọlọ́mbí ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ sójú ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ sójú ẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀ sójú ẹ̀ bóyá lè ráwọn ìròyìn míì gbé nínú orí ìkànnì rẹ̀ torí àwa máa ń yọjú ràn gan. Wọ́n ní jam question, who is talking about ẹ jẹ́ agbọ́n tí Màlàmú ń wí bí.
In raising, perhaps legitimately. Now, when we are talking of Naira redesign, for that matter, simply because I have succeeded in raising, perhaps legitimately or otherwise, 200 billion, I can now come out to fight a system that is battling to address transparency, to address visibility of the process out of desire to limit corruption. Is it the limitation of corruption that will now translate to having funds at our disposal arising from the transparency and visibility of the system that can be used in the infrastructural development for the benefit of 200 Nigerians that matters? Or perhaps submitting to the demand of an individual that perhaps illegitimately, unlawfully, fraudulently, deceitfully, perhaps acquired 200 billion, and then he now set aside 100 billion because he has greater noise-making capacity of compromising the press to start blowing rule of law that we will now submit to the interests of an individual over and above the national interest that will now support us in ensuring deepening democracy, in ensuring having in place a corrupt-free society, in ensuring having in place resources that can now translate into infrastructure. So it is about people, limited number for that matter, that have succeeded in having at their disposal resources that they are protecting. And then again, forcing a compromise on a policy that is beneficial to 200 million Nigerians. Our interest is not a fraction but a whole. And the whole is the Nigerian population of over 200 million and not limited number of individuals that feel a policy should not stand simply because it does not accord with their desires and with what they expect to see operating in the system.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Màlàmú ló ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ tán lórí ìkànnì ibo láti jí gbé Dido Malaye. Wọ́n ní jam question, who is he talking about? Àwa ò mọ̀, ẹ̀yin náà ni, ẹ̀yin náà lẹ sọ fún wa, ẹ̀yin lẹ sọ fún wa. Now, ẹ̀yin ọmọ yèmi, wọ́n ní àgbàgbé ibì kan lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní Àgùdà Sùúrùlérè. Tọ́ọ̀gì attacked. Wọ́n ti ń jà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ibẹ̀ yẹn ní agbègbè Sùúrùlérè lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Gbogbo bí tá bá ti rí news lẹ́ni gbígbé ni láti mú wá fún ojú ẹ̀yin èèyàn tèmi. Torí mo ní mo máa keep campaign yẹn gẹ́dẹ́ pé ẹ má jáde láti lọ rí kán yìnbọn pa ọgbà rí yín torí wọn ò ní pariwo. Now, wọ́n ti dàgbòrú àwọn àjọ APC.
We are live here now. They just carried all our police units here. They carried everything and we left here. Everything by here. They smashed it. When Sùúrùlérè Àgùdà local government Àgùdà Atakiele, they carried it. Atakiele. They don't carry everything. Atakiele. They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and this. They carried everything. Look at it. And put some inside inside the gutter. Look at it. Carry the units. Carry everything. Look at it here. We are Atakiele, Ataguda, Atakiele. They carried everything. Look at it. They carried everything and made away with it. Look at all the officials here. We are here. They were just shooting gun. All of us lie down flat. They even beat up some people and left.
DP àwọn náà ni àtẹ̀lédé orúkọ ìdìbò wọn tí wọ́n ti wá dìbò ní Barracks Road nílùú Ondo. Oríkò ìdìbò 19 ní Barracks Road nílùú Ondo, ibẹ̀ ni a wà. Àwọn àti aya wọn ni wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ di ìbò tán lẹ́ẹ̀kan ní ibi tí ẹ̀ ń wò lọ́wọ́ wájú yìí tí wọ́n sì to àwọn ìwé ìdìbò náà sí àwọn àpótí tí ẹ̀ ń wò nílẹ̀ yìí a fẹ́ bá wọn ní gbólóhùn méjì mẹ́ta ká tiẹ̀ gbọ́ ohun tí wọ́n ní sọ nípa bí ètò ìdìbò ọ̀hún bí ó ṣe ń lọ fún àǹfààní ẹ̀yin tí ẹ kò bá mọ orúkọ wọn tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn ní ọ̀gbẹ́ni Adéwọlé Adébáyọ̀ tí wọ́n jẹ́ olùdíje sí ipò ààrẹ tí ìdìbò rẹ̀ wáyé ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lónìí lábẹ́ àṣà ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú ẹlẹ́sìn funfun SDP ẹ ti jáde láti di ìbò tí yín ní òwúrọ̀ òní yìí ojú wo ni ẹ fi wo bí ètò ọ̀hún bí ó ṣe ń lọ.
ní àdúgbò wa mi báyìí ètò yìí lọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ àwọn èèyàn jáde wọ́n tò níbi tí wọ́n tò sí àwọn ẹ̀rọ ayé òní tí àwọn alájọ ìbò ìránṣẹ́ ẹ̀rọ náà ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa mo dẹ̀ rí pé àwọn èèyàn ọmọdé àgbà ọkùnrin àtobìnrin kò sẹ́ni tó sọ pé àwọn ò ráyè dìbò ṣùgbọ́n ẹja máa fojú wò ṣe mọ̀ pé àárọ̀ la ṣe wà Ọlọ́run ló mọ alẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n inú wa dùn pé mo ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí àwọn ibì kan wà káàkiri tí àwọn èèyàn ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ mi ti ń sọ pé ó kù díẹ̀ káàtó ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwọn ní òkè ọya àti ní àwọn ẹ̀yà nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ṣùgbọ́n bó ṣe rí bí òṣìṣẹ́ mo dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn wa wọ́n jáde wọ́n ṣe ń jáde tẹ́lẹ̀ kò dẹ̀ sí gbọ́n mi sí omi òtó kò sí wàhálà kankan ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká fojú wò ní káàkiri gbogbo ilẹ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ bó ṣe rí ń bí tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ káàkiri Nàìjíríà ó jẹ́ pé ètò ìdìbò wa ti ń yẹngé díẹ̀díẹ̀ nìyẹn.
tí a bá wo ibi tá a bá dé yìí níbi aago 10 kọjá ìṣẹ́jú díẹ̀ tí ẹ wò ó sí bí àwọn ìdìbò ṣe máa ń rí látẹ̀yìnwá ǹjẹ́ ẹ rò pé a tiẹ̀ ní àyípadà tí ó sunwọ̀n ju ti àtẹ̀yìnwá sí ti òní.
ẹni tó bá máa ṣe ààrẹ kò gbúdọ̀ máa sọ̀rọ̀ pé òun wà lóńdó kó wọn sọ tòǹdó nìkan ó gbúdọ̀ gbọ́ àwọn ìfọ̀rọ̀ padà láti gbogbo Nàìjíríà ká tó lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ètò tí àwọn alájọ ìbò INEC gbé sílẹ̀ ètò tí gbogbo ìjọba ń ṣe ètò tí àwa náà ṣe ní ẹgbẹ́ ni pé ó yẹ kó máa dáa sí kó dájú bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ṣùgbọ́n ká fàdúrà sí ká dẹ̀ fọmọlúwàbí sí kó kálukú ṣe ètò tiẹ̀ tá a bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ a rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ẹja wò ná ẹja fi ká mọ̀ sọ fún àwọn èèyàn wa kán jáde kán wá dìbò kán má ṣe gbọ́n mi sí mi ò tó kán tẹ̀lé òfin bí a ṣe la òfin kalẹ̀ tó bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ a rí bẹ́ẹ̀.
gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ ṣe fi ojú wò tí ó ń lọ ní pẹ̀lẹ́kùtù ní oríkò ìdìbò tí yín níbí tí ó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ jákèjádò orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà lónìí ìyàwó ni ẹ̀yin yóò kọ sí àbájáde ìbò náà.
ìjọba àpẹ òótọ́ la gbọ́dọ̀ máa fi ṣèlú ìlú tí ò bá ṣòótọ́ ń tọrọ àjẹ ni tó bá rí bó ṣe rí sàmọ̀ pé àwọn ará Oǹdó ọmọlúwàbí ni wọ́n jákèjádò gbogbo èèyàn ló mọ̀ pé àwọn ará Oǹdó ọ̀hún kọjá àyè wọn òótọ́ náà máa ń ṣe wọn ṣe jàgídíjàgan tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ káàkiri gbogbo orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà inú mi á dùn sí kò sí ibi tá a kọ sí ìbò kì í ṣe ẹni tó wọlé a fi ń kọ ara síbò ibi tó bá ṣètò yẹn dáadáa ni ẹnikẹ́ni tó bá wọlé Ọlọ́run ló fún ṣùgbọ́n ètò yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ òtò tó ní òótọ́ tí gbogbo ayé rí i pé kò sí rẹ̀ jẹ́ ńbẹ̀ kò dẹ̀ sí jàgídíjàgan àbí àwọn ìjà bí kọ́ máa da nǹkan rú táwọn bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni bá wọlé Ọlọ́run fún ní àǹfààní ó lè tọ́jú àwọn aráàlú.
fún àǹfààní ìgbohùn sílẹ̀ yìí ẹ dákun bá wa dárúkọ yín fún àwọn aráàlú.
èmi náà ni ọmọọba Adéwọlé Adébáyọ̀ tí ó jẹ́ olùdíje ààrẹ fún ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́sìn funfun wọ́n pè ní Social Democratic Party.
ẹ ṣeun. ọ̀rọ̀ ni ẹ ti gbọ́ látẹnu olùdíje sípò ààrẹ lábẹ́ àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú SDP ọmọọba Adéwọlé Adébáyọ̀ tí wọ́n ti bá gbogbo ayé ní gbólóhùn yìí. oríkò
ẹ̀yin ọmọ Yorùbá mo tún rí ìròyìn kan tó lọ ní Root Channel wọ́n ní despite the threat of pro-Biafra agitator Samuel Ekpa electorate in the southeast state of Nigeria defy all order and are out to cast their vote at their various polling units. Ìbọn ti bá wọn o. Wọ́n ti gbé ìbọn fún wọn kẹ̀m. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wò ó bí ó ṣe ń lọ ká mú tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ wá ní èlò Biafra.
Despite the threats of pro-Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa
This is after 10. After 10 in the morning.
Despite the threats of pro-Biafra agitator, Simon Ekpa electorates in the southeast state of Nigeria defied all orders and are out to cast their votes at their various polling units. Ekpa, via his Twitter handle, posted videos of deserted areas in the southeast indicating that the electorates heeded his orders. But the electorates, on the other, have posted videos across all social media platforms showing their active participation in the elections and the massive crowds that turned out at various polling units. Though, at certain polling units, the electorate lamented the late arrival of INEC officials and electioneering materials, but the 2023 general elections is now in full swing. Meanwhile, videos made the rounds on social media showing some men identified as unknown gunmen allegedly gunned down by men of the Department of State Services in Amiri, Imo State. The men were alleged to be armed to disrupt election activities in the southeast. As at the time of this report, the DSS was yet to respond to this incident.
Wọ́n ti pa wọ́n níbẹ̀ yẹn. So bí àwọn ìròyìn yẹn ṣe ń wá làwa mú wá fún yín, àwa ń ṣiṣẹ́ gan níbí lọ́nà gbangba, àwa ò kì í sọ̀lẹ̀, àwa tí la máa keep campaign yẹn wẹ́pẹ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ bí Wike bó ṣe lọ sí
votes. It become the first time.
Lórí ìkànnì BBC page láti fẹ́ jí
Thus far, the machine they work, and the governor and his beautiful wife, they don't come back.
Wike ló wà lórí ìkànnì lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tí ẹ̀ ń wòye tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ lọ dìbò tiẹ̀ náà ní orílẹ̀-èdè tiẹ̀ lọ́hùn-ún, ibẹ̀ gangan ló wà tó ti fẹ́ dìbò tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré lọ rè máa bá yín wá wọn míì wá. Ẹ wá dúdú ìwé ìròyìn tí wọ́n dúró bí NTA bí igbá bí àwo bí àwọn ìkòkò wá wọjà. Wọ́n dúró ti Wike, wọ́n set camera sí in case bóyá àwọn àlùjọ̀nù máa lu ọwọ́ rẹ̀, wọ́n máa lu ọwọ́ Wike, bóyá ẹyọ̀kan ló máa tẹ̀ tó máa di 20. Kámẹ́rà ìpọ̀ kí ló dé gan. Kí ló dé tí kámẹ́rà pọ̀ tó yìí? Ṣé lẹ́sùn dìbò gan? Wọ́n fi kámẹ́rà, wọ́n ti tágẹ́tì ojú Wike pé àmọ́ bóyá ìkan rẹ̀ lè di bí 20, bí 100, tó jẹ́ pé ẹyọ kan lẹ́tẹ̀ tí ó di 50. Ẹ̀yin lẹ́ dúró bóyá àwọn àlùjọ̀nù wà ní gbogbo ẹ̀yìn yín tí ó mọ̀ báyìí tẹ̀ka yẹn chua. So wọ́n wà níbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Tí ẹ bá ṣe ń wò ó, orí ìkànnì Tenny Ọmọ Ológo TV, Tenny Ọmọ Ológo Empress, orí ìkànnì Tenny Ọmọ Ológo Empress, both Facebook and YouTube, Twitter, ń la wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tá a ti ń gbé àwọn ìròyìn tó ń lọ lórí location 419, location 9 fún yín níbi ìdìbò ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè location 9, the renew amalgamation tí wọ́n ń sáìn rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Gbogbo wọn sign the renewal of the 100 years amalgamation, but we are Yorubas, good Yoruba, àwọn àjìjàgbara òdodo, àwa ò bá wọn sign o, èmi ò sí níbẹ̀. Àwọn olólùfẹ́ Tenny Ọmọ Ológo gbọ́dọ̀ sign sákùsà, àwọn tí wọ́n ń renew another years, another new amalgamation. Wike náà ń sign rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ó ń tẹ̀ ká pòpòpòpò, ó ń tẹ̀ sójú bẹ̀, ó ń tẹ̀ ológangi múlẹ̀ tó dúró wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́m. Ẹ jẹ́ ká fọwọ́dù ẹ̀ síwájú, ó ti dúró jù, ó ti pẹ́ jù o. Wike ló wá sọ funfun yìí, ó ti gba ìwé ìdìbò, Wike rèé, ó dẹ̀ kẹ̀dẹ̀kẹ́ gba ìwé ìdìbò rẹ̀ kẹ́ láti ṣe kéde, láti lọ rèé mọ ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Àmà tí ìrí bàbá Àtíkù, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ rè wá Àtíkù wá, bóyá ká rí Channel television, bóyá Channel lè gbé Àtíkù. Kódà àwọn arọ, wọ́n ní people wait to cast their vote at the polling unit. Àwọn arọ, àwọn tó jẹ́ àkàndá tó jẹ́ bí arọ, àwọn náà dúró. Kódà bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yán lọ pokiripo. Some men were pounded yam on Ado-Ekiti street, claiming that they had vote but needed to eat before. Eléyìí mọ̀ wá lẹ́tìkẹ́ o, ó ga jù. Wọ́n ní some men were pounding yam on Ado-Ekiti street, claiming that they had a vote, but needed to eat before witness the counting and declaring of results at their polling unit. Iyán ni o, wọ́n ń gúnyán ní pokiripo. Ó wà lójú agbègbè Channel Television lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. INEC chairman Mahmood Yakubu, who made his knowing as a real-time election briefing in Abuja on Saturday, noted that no Nigeria will be disenfranchised. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Rotimi Amechi finally cast its vote at Ubima. Ibẹ̀ ló wà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Rotimi Amechi òun náà ti dìbò tiẹ̀ ní Ubima ní orílẹ̀-èdè London. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Kaduna State Governor El-Rufai on Saturday cast its vote at the Ungwam Sarikin Polling Unit in Kaduna Northern Local Government. Ibẹ̀ ni El-Rufai náà ti vote títí ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Speaking to journalists, Bumi commending Independent National Electoral Commission INEC for the time commencement of exercise. Ìbónú ẹ mọ wáyé tó bá correct ní gbogbo ilé tí bá ti sọ lẹ́nu kó sì kan tó kàn torí mi lè má fọpọlọ sọ ìlú mi sọmọ kínní. Wọ́n ní Governor Nze Wike finally cast the vote lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Wike ló ń cast the vote lọ́wọ́ yìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ojú agbágbé gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ náà là ń bá yín mú wá sójú mọ́ àwòrán yín. The polling officer Kediya Yuku 0010 polling unit in Nasarawa local government area experienced a shortage of ink in the accreditation process. Àwọn yẹn complain lórí ink tí wọ́n fi tẹ̀ka àdìbò ní Nasarawa. Wọ́n láwọn yẹn complain lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ lọ́hùn. Wọ́n complain ní Nasarawa wọn rí ink tí wọ́n fi dìbò. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà rádaràda náà lẹ́sìn bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ pé plan lẹ́lẹ́tò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ tún ni one of polling units where EFCC was assigned to report kìíní kan Bídèmí Bello. Kìíní kan Ogun State. Mo Ìkẹ́nẹ́ EFCC tún ti wọ Ìkẹ́nẹ́ o. EFCC mà tún ti wọ Ìkẹ́nẹ́ o. One of the polling units were where the EFCC officer was cited by our reporter Bídèmí Bello in Ìkẹ́nẹ́ local government area Ogun State. Ó tiẹ̀ ti dá 2023 election. EFCC tún ti gbà náà apá àbẹ̀ ń lọ. Àmà tí rí àti ó tiẹ̀ ti dá dá Bulonia businessman Aliko Dangote. Àwọn náà ti wá fóòtì ní Victoria Island ní ìlú Èkó. Ẹ dákun Ibolade ṣé Wike ti dìbò tiẹ̀ táàbọ̀ tí dìbò tó toró ń gba ojú agbo. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré lọ sí ojú agbo níbẹ̀ tí Dangote tó náà ti lọ dìbò tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré lọ rèéwú Dangote wá. Dangote níbi tí Dangote ibi kan ni mo fẹ́ lọ. Ibi kan Dangote ni mo fẹ́ pí. Ẹ má bínú. Dangote ni mo fẹ́ pí wá sójú agbo. Dangote náà dìbò lọ́wọ́ ní Victoria Island. Victoria Island yẹn ṣe bí ìlú Èkó ló wà. Ojú ìgbédè orí Skynet television.
This is a very, very special election. So everybody, and I encourage everybody to perform this.
I noticed that you voted. Can you tell us your experience? What was the process like? How long did it take, and how did you find it?
The process for me is, it's quite good. It's been well arranged, and I think I must thank President making this election to be because of use of technology. The turnout is very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. I've been voting, since 1999. Change democracy. I've never really missed, but this time around, I've seen the graduate much more than the usual time. Yes, there's one or two complaints about somebody not seeing the party of his choice on his electoral, but I'm sure they're going to sort that out. It's quite good. It's very peaceful. Nobody is making any noise, So I think we must really congratulate everybody. This is a very, very special election. So everybody, and I encourage everybody to perform their civic rights. There's no point of people going out there to register, and then on the day of election, you just go to bed.
Something is happening right now. Ní àwọn agbègbè kan, àwọn kan lọ da ìbò rú. Tàlẹ́rí tán nìsín tó sọ̀rọ̀ tán yẹn. That is Dangote, Aliko Dangote. Ó lọ cast ìbò tiẹ̀ náà ní Victoria Island. Nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Òbí lọ́hùn. Ìwọ gba àwọn tó dìbò fún Òbí lọ́hùn, wọ́n ti já pépà wọn. Ẹjẹ́ amúwá sójú agbègbè yìí torí àgbò gbọdọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ láàmú mẹ́rin wa. Ẹ̀yin ìjọba Nàìjíríà, ní ọlọ́pàá wọ́n ti ń dàbòrú ní agbègbè ibì kan lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ o. Kò dẹ̀ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwa rèé wọ́n ti ń dàbòrú ni wọ́n dàbòrú. Ojú agbègbè Sunday Victor láti gbàgbé àti jígbé.
To us, going on, they are living without explaining anything to us. Can you imagine what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? They are not letting anybody vote. Enugu Sports Club 3. Everybody's here with their voters card.
Tí ẹ bá wo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ níbí dáadáa, ó fi hàn wípé àwọn ọlọ́pàá tó jà tí wọ́n kó lọ sí Enugu láti lọ dìbò, kó lọ ṣe ààbò fún àwọn tó ń dìbò ní Enugu lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n wá kó àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ alápótí ìdìbò tí ìjọba fi síbẹ̀, àwọn kọ́pá, àwọn àkúọ́yá kọ́pà tí wọ́n fi síbẹ̀, àtàwọn quack sójà tí wọ́n kó lọ sí Enugu. Wọ́n ti kó àpótí ìdìbò àti àwọn tó fẹ́ ṣe àgbájọwọ́pọ̀, àwọn tí wọ́n bá wọn ṣe olùmójútó ìdìbò kọ́pá wáyà. Wọ́n ti kó wọn sínú mọ́tò, wọ́n ti kó wọn lọ. Nígbà tí àwọn tí ó dìbò tó yẹ kán dìbò lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n ti tò jọ, tí ẹ bá wọlé, ìwọ tó bá wọlé lọ́nà èrú, èmi ti ń píìkì pọ́ìntì yín o. Mo ti mẹ̀yìn tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀dọ̀ yín náà ti ń da nǹkan rú, ẹ̀yin APC ẹ̀yin lẹ́ ń da nǹkan rú lọ́wọ́. Now ẹ jẹ́ ká tó fi hàn yín lọ sí iwájú sí gbogbo bí wọ́n ṣe da tó wà lẹ́yìn.
No, they know where Labour. They know where Labour. The Labour Party, so they were, they are agents now. So as we were standing and voting, they wanted to create distraction. So first of all, they started beating the Labour Party man. Everybody was just looking. Before they were shooting, everybody was now running.
No, they don't run. They don't carry everything run. Nothing they do again.
Along the road.
Just seen it. No, running. It's not along the road.
Yeah. Ṣé ẹ ti gbọ́, wọ́n dédé wọbẹ̀ yẹn, wọ́n dẹ̀ ti jí àpótí ìdìbò gbé àti sójà gangan ló wá gbé. Ṣé ẹ rí pé ń ṣèrú ní Nàìjíríà? Ṣé ẹ rí pé ń dọwọ́ rú níbẹ̀ ọ̀hún? Ṣé ẹ rí pé ń dọwọ́ rú ẹgbẹ́ kí n bá yín ṣépè fún yín ẹ̀yin APC àbí? Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé nínú wọ́n ní wọ́n na àwọn Labour Party àti ìwà mọ̀ bóyá Àtìkù ni o, bóyá PDP ni o, bóyá APC ni o, àti àwọn tó ń dọwọ́ rú níbẹ̀ ọ̀hún. Ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ní wọ́n na àwọn ọmọ Labour Party. Táwọn ọmọ sáìdì ti Òbí wọ́n ń kóyà fún wọn, wọ́n dẹ̀ ti gbé gbogbo àpótí ìdìbò. Òun náà la mú wá yẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká padà fi wọ̀nyí ní ojú agbègbè bó ṣe ń lọ. Ẹ rí i pé ìkà ni wọ́n ṣe ń bí. Òun náà lẹ́ ń wò yìí, ẹ máa rí wípé Òbí ni wọ́n tẹ̀ka fún ní ojú agbègbè ń bí. Òbí ni gbogbo ń tẹ̀ ń rí tí wọ́n tẹ̀ka fún pòpòpòpò. Gbogbo ìka tẹ́ rí bíbà yìí, Òbí ni wọ́n tẹ̀ fún. Àmọ́ Òbí ni gbogbo ìka tẹ́ ń wò yìí, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ti dàrú. Wọ́n dẹ̀ na gbogbo àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀, wọ́n dẹ̀ ti jí àpótí ìdìbò gbé. Ṣùgbọ́n ọlọ́pàá ló gbé wọn o, ọlọ́pàá ló gbé wọn lọ o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wò wọ́n.
Going on, they are living without explaining anything to us. Can you imagine what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? Going on, they are living without explaining anything to us. Can you imagine what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? They are not letting anybody vote. Enugu Sports Club 3. Everybody's here with their voter's card.
But this is
not good, though. They are living without explaining anything to us. Can you imagine? What's going on? What is going on? What is going on?
Kí wọ́n mójútó ìdìbò fún àwọn ènìyàn ní Enugu ni wọ́n ti dá gbogbo eléèrú lénìí. Enugu state Ọba eléyìí happen ní wọ́n ní this happening in Ọba 1 Enugu state. They destroyed the old forts and they moved out of the ballot paper. Ebobu. Yeah, wọ́n ti jí gbé o, gbogbo ẹ̀yin oníwèé ìròyìn, wọ́n tẹ dàrú. Can you imagine? Wọ́n knock àwọn èèyàn pa sínú. People are south and allow entrance to vote at Iba House Estate. Leko, that is Lagos, useless unless, when people are shout out and not allow entrance to vote at Iba Housing Estate, Lagos, unless they vote for APC. Why?
We were asked to go to our polling unit so early so that we can check if our name is on the list. We are here. I've been here since 7:30. Right now, we are currently at my polling unit. That's Iba Housing Estate. And they locked the gates. They said if you are not voting for APC, you can't come in. You can see. I tried entering. They almost broke my leg, but I had to just come out and do this video. I can see people that are outside. People are outside. You know, they don't want to open the gate for anybody. They don't want us to vote. We were asked to go to our polling unit so early so that we can check if our name is on the list. We are here. I've been here since 7:30. They did not allow us to go in. Very early in the morning. Very early in the morning. People are, if you're not Yoruba, if you don't speak Yoruba to them, if you're not APC, they are not allowing anybody to enter. I've been here for over 30 minutes and nothing is happening. So we don't know what is happening in this country. God help us.
Ó ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń sọ wípé ẹnikẹ́ni tí kò bá ti dìbò ní ìlú Èkó fún Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu wọ́n lé wọn dànù ni. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sáré wo bó ṣe ń lọ ní orí ìkànnì WhatsApp láti rí yẹn lásáré ti rí yẹn gbé ẹni pé à ń wá káàkiri àṣà ń bá yín wá.
This is my polling booth.
Yes.
This best man of Real Junction.
Yes, I have
voted here over the years.
Yes, including me.
Looking at the age, 60 something, I've always voted here. I checked online, my polling booth is here. They came here. They brought a list that does not belong to this polling booth. There's no list to this polling booth. I've now submitted my PVC. I checked it right here. This is my polling station. On getting there, they say it's not found. Please, INEC, can somebody tell us what is happening?
And I find my polling booth is online.
No, can somebody tell us what is happening here? Let us have our please, I want to vote you. I want to vote.
I also want to vote. My center is 006, and I've been voting here for over 16 years. During Obasanjo on the sector 2 tenors, here, this is where I voted. I voted here. Good Lord Jonathan here. The sitting president president, this is where I voted through.
Yes.
And here I am, I check my own online. I check online. You look at here, this is my own online. 006 is here. I'm surprised going to them and they check, they say my name is not here. While I've checked online and this is my name. So I don't know what's actually going on here. And this is Ajawa.
Don't bring up that rubbish issue. You don't need it. Yes, this is my polling unit. You cannot just tell me. I've been voting here for years. This is where I live. And you cannot tell me the list is not here. You cannot take it. People should know what to do about it. Right now, immediately, you know what we're going to take today. You cannot take this rubbish. Please, know what to do about it. You cannot take it. This is my polling unit, and this is 006. 006 is Ajawa State, Abestan Orile. You cannot just bring another list from another place to be on the here. This is what we are talking about.
This is not good. This is not good. Àwọn ibì kan wà ní kí náà porúkọ rẹ̀. Wọ́n ní ọ̀dọ̀ tàwọn. Wọ́n ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé wá ní orí Facebook ló sáré wà. Ẹ jẹ́ kí sáré lọ sáré gbé wá kí n tó padà wá sí WhatsApp padà. Ẹ jẹ́ sáré mú yẹn wá sí ojú òpópónà yín. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní kò sí logo political party, Labour Party ní ojú ìwé tí wọ́n fẹ́ fi tẹ̀ka láwọn apá àbí kan. Àti dọwọ́rú o, ẹ tún ti dọwọ́rú àbí olórí burúkú nìyẹn lè ṣe ká ẹ mọ́ dọwọ́rú. Kò sí tó ń jọ mọ́.
Check another one, please. Why don't we have Labour Party on some of the tags here in Lagos State? Is there Labour Party on this one? There's no Labour Party on this. There's no Labour Party on this one, so does that make it void? There's no Labour Party on this one. There's no Labour Party on that one too. Okay. So there are no Labour Party and logos on most of these ballot papers. Why? This is for the senatorial. Check for.
Wọ́n ti dọwọ́rú ọmọ Yorùbá. Wọ́n ti dọwọ́rú. Kí lábùrọ̀ má lọ. Kò sí logo tí àwọn òbí tí wọ́n fi tẹ̀ka tiwọn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká mú àwòrán rẹ̀ náà wá kó mọ́ dàbí pé ṣe là ń parọ́ mọ́ gbogbo wọn. Kò dá o, ẹ̀yin ará mi nínú Olúwa, ẹ wò báyìí. Ṣé ẹ ti rí báyìí? Kò sí nǹkan tó jọ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Kí ló dé náà? Kí ló dé tá fẹ́ máa fi èrú ṣe nǹkan lórílẹ̀-èdè yẹn? Gbogbo ẹ̀ lẹ́ ń wò yìí. Wọ́n fi síbẹ̀ rèé. ADC, ADP, APC, Búùtù, náà tó rélé àmẹ́lẹ́ MP kìíní kan MPM. Kìíní kan lọ́bù rẹ̀ dàrẹ́ gbogbo wọn rèé. Kódà kò sí ti yẹlé gan bẹ́ẹ̀, kò sí AAC bẹ́ẹ̀, kò sí kìíní kan bẹ́ẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ní Èkó dẹ̀ ló ti rápùn o. Eléyìí Federal Republic of Nigeria 2023 election electoral kìíní kan ballot paper Lagos State. Èkó wọ́n ti dọwọ́rú lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ẹ̀yin INEC, ẹ̀yin àjọ INEC wọ́n mọ̀ ti dọwọ́rú nílùú Èkó. Kò mà sí nǹkan tó máa ń jọ mọ́ àwòrán logo rẹ̀ logo tìm. Kò sí tó jọ mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Sódà kí ló dé tí ò sí logo wọn bẹ́ẹ̀? Ẹ máa ẹ̀ ní kúre ṣá. Kí ló tẹ̀ ń dagboru gan? Kí ló tẹ̀ sọ́ra yín di dagboru? Kí ló tẹ̀ sọ́ra yín di dagboru? Ẹ ṣàfẹ́ fọ́nà ẹ̀rú wọlé. Àánú yín dẹ̀ ṣe mí ń tẹ́ bá fèrú kó jọ. Èrú náà lẹ́ẹ̀ fi túká. Gbogbo ń tẹ́ bá fèrú kó jọ. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbè sí wọn lẹ́yìn olórí burúkú ló pọ̀ jù ní gbogbo yín. Wọ́n ní candidate of opposition people Democratic Party PDP Atiku cast is ballot paper. Ẹjẹ́ àmú wá, ẹjẹ́ àfihàn yín. Bá àti rí fídíò rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àràwòrán rẹ̀. Wọ́n ní lórí ìkànnì channel television nìyẹn. Abubakar cast his ballot at a polling station in Adamawa. Ó ti ṣe títí ẹ̀ ní Adamawa. Òun àti àwọn ìyàwó rẹ̀ Títílayọ̀ tó ń bẹ̀ yín wípé kí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ò di ààrẹ rí. So kẹ́ ẹ fọ́ọ̀tì fóun torí pé ó fẹ́ di ìyàwó ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè. Ṣẹ́ni pọ́pọ̀ ló jọ ní gbogbo yín tẹ́lẹ̀ fẹ́ torí pé kò dìbò rí. Ẹ̀yin náà lẹ fẹ́ dìbò fún ẹni pé gangan ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá lọ dìbò fún wọn nítorí yẹn. Wọ́n nítorí pé àwọn ò di ààrẹ rí. Kò fún yín ní blueprint tí ó ṣe fún yín tó bá di ìyàwó ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè yẹn. Títílayọ̀ ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Kò sọ tí ó ṣe fún yín tó bá di ìyàwó ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè ṣùgbọ́n nítorí pé ọmọ Yorùbá ò di ààrẹ rí kò di ìyàwó ààrẹ rí so làwọn ṣe fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ dìbò fáwọn ẹ̀rí tí wọ́n sọmọ rí kán sọ pancake mọ́jú gbogbo ara wọn tó kù ló dúdú gbogbo ara wọn tó kù ló dúdú mọ́ bínú ọmọ mi àǹtí wa ẹ̀mọ̀ pé nǹkan kan náà dáa sọ̀rọ̀ síra wa ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹ́ ìbújọ gbogbo wa Ìbàdàn náà níjọ gbogbo yìí INEC officer ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ padà lọ sórí WhatsApp orí WhatsApp guy a sì mú un lọ lẹ́sẹsẹ lórí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí ìkànnì WhatsApp yẹn ó bá dẹ̀ sí ẹ jẹ́ ká mú wá ẹ jẹ́ ká mú tó ṣẹlẹ̀ wá lórí WhatsApp ká tó máa wá mi ìlọlọ àgbégbọ ẹ̀ lọ́gbọ́n lọ lẹ́yìn láàbà yẹn nígbà tí ń rẹ́rù báyìí ẹ̀yin tèmi ẹ máa káàṣì ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní happening now APC state they just snatching ballot paper in Kogi state lélẹ́ o àwọn APC ti snatch kí ló dé tó yẹ pé gbogbo nǹkan ti yín bí ìmọ̀dàrú bí kẹ́ máa dá wọn bá nǹkan jẹ́.
Check another one, please.
No ballot, no political party.
Why don't we have Labour Party on some of the tabs here in Lagos State? Is there Labour Party on this one? There's no Labour Party on this. There's no Labour Party on this one, so does that make it void? There's no Labour Party on this one. There's no Labour Party on that one too. Okay. So there are no Labour parties and logos on most of these ballot papers. Why? This is for the senatorial. Check for the presidential, please. There's no Labour Party on the senatorial here in Lagos State. We're pulling into this. Why there is no Labour Party here? There's no Labour Party for the no Labour Party for the senatorial. Please, this is on record, please.
But why this happening? Nígbà tí àwọn tó pọ̀ máa dìbò tí ò sí Labour Party ìyẹn títí àti Peter Obi logo Peter Obi that means wọ́n fẹ́ yọ Peter Obi ní setting Ọlọ́run jù yín lọ APC kí ló dé tẹ̀ ń ṣe báyìí bàbá Jagaban ìwọ dẹ̀ ló lùsì àsìkò rẹ o Obama stress lásìkò yìí o Putin of Yorùbá Putin ní ti anílẹ̀ Yorùbá ọba dẹ̀ mọ́ stress lásìkò tọ́lọ́run sọ pé ọ̀jẹ̀ ìwọ dẹ̀ ló fọwọ́ rẹ̀ fa o kí ló dé táwọn èèyàn yín ń ṣe báyìí sọ́ni pé ti ń kó bọ́ báyìí nísìn APC kí ló dé tẹ̀ ń ṣe báyìí tó bá yẹ pé mo wà níbẹ̀ yẹn mi ní jẹ́ kẹ́nibọ̀dì tẹ̀ka tó bá dé èmi ni mo ẹ́ẹ̀dì ibẹ̀ yẹn mi ní jẹ́ kẹ́nibọ̀dì àti APC o àti PDP mà ní kẹ́ mọ́ relé sẹ́ni ìlàkà tó ẹ dìbò eléèrú ni yín ọmọ páàdì eléèrú ọmọ páàdì kí ló tún ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ẹja gbọ́ wọ́n ní drug PVC belong to people registration in
Omo, you see people's PVC everywhere on the floor. Everywhere on the floor. Come to Nobis and claim your own. Hey. God.
Wọ́n ní dumping PVC belong to people register in Oshodi, Isolo, were discovered dumped at Atago nǹkan Palace, where is evening place orikini kan igboladogero wa wọjà ẹ máa wà ọ̀rẹ́ ẹja.
We are live here now. They just carried all our police units here. They carried everything and we left here. Everything. We are here. They snatched it. We are in Aguda local government. Aguda Atakiele. They carried it. Atakiele. They carry everything. Atakiele. We are Atakiele. They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and this thing. They carried everything. Look at it. And put some inside this thing, inside the gutter. Look at it. Carry the units, carry everything. Look at it here. We are Atakiele, Ataguda. Atakiele. They carried everything. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They carried everything and made away with it. Look at all the officials here. We are here. They were just shooting gun. All of us lie down flat. They even beat up some people and left.
Sódà wọ́n tún ti gbé àpótí ìdìbò lọ ní òpópónà Àgùdà Lagos kí ló dé tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yin tèkó ẹ fẹ́ máa ṣe dagboru ẹ̀yin APC náà ní kí ló dé tẹ́ ẹ fi nǹkan sùúrù ṣe Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ fún bàbá yín Putin tí a nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ní agbára lásìkò tiẹ̀ kí ló dé tó wá ń stress ara ẹ̀ lásìkò yìí àfẹsẹ̀fẹ́ ṣe dagboru àbí ayé anẹ́ẹ̀kì fẹ́ ta tó bá lọ ka ìbò tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí so gbọ́ èmi mọ̀ pé gbogbo tẹ̀sẹ̀ náà ẹ fẹ́ dọ́gbọ́n ṣe dagboru bóyá ìtìrímù tẹ̀sí lẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe lẹ́dẹ̀pẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe torí èmi ò mọ reason tí ò fi ní sí logo Labour Party nínú ballot paper tí ò sí logo tí òbí nílùú Èkó wọ́n ti ṣe dagboru nílùú Èkó ẹ̀yin tèmi torí pé àwọn òwòdó máa múra báyìí àwọn pilot àwọn oní pilot àwọn tó máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ nínú pilot ní mi lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ torí mò ń bá yín gbé mo máa gbé yín káàkiri afẹ́fẹ́ ayé lẹ́nu kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe kí ló tún kù tí ó ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ tí àná tó ń tẹ̀nà wọ́tẹ́wọ́tẹ́.
They were patrolling. This is the situation of Shaki Christians polling unit 082 on 113. This is it. Look at it. After we've casted our vote, they went to the BVS. They carried which one is that one? They carried the ballot paper. Everything is. They were patrolling. This is the situation of Shaki Christians polling unit 082 on 113. This is it. Look at it. After we've casted our vote, they went to the BVS. They carried which one is that one? They carried the ballot paper. Everything is scattered. It's in disarray. You can see the situation of things. Polling unit 082.
Soda, ẹ̀yin ọmọ ìyá mi ṣe rí mọ́ ṣe ń dagboru nílùú Èkó ìlú sódà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń dagboru ń bẹ̀ ọ̀hún ẹ̀ bá dẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ tó ní kálukú yín kó dìbò tiẹ̀ kó dìbò kò sẹ́ni tí ò mẹ́nìkan lọ́wọ́.
This is my polling unit. They just decimated the polling unit.
Sódà ẹ wò wọ́n ti bà ballot paper jẹ́ ṣé ìbò tí wọ́n bàjẹ́ yìí tí wọ́n domi arẹ̀fọ̀ sí tí wọ́n dà sínú gọ́tà sẹ́yìn ni wọ́n máa kà so mo ń ready fún Nigeria government ẹ̀yin INEC gbogbo tó wà ń bíbà lórí kan mo mọ̀ pé many people yín máa monitor tẹ́ni ọmọ ológun ẹ̀yin DSS so ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ níbi ẹ fẹ́ ṣèrú àbí ṣé àwọn gbogbo ilé tí wọ́n bàjẹ́ tí wọ́n dànù ẹ fẹ́ ká àbí ẹ sọ pé ẹ̀rí àwọn yẹn ẹ̀dẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kọ́ ọlọ́pàá bí 20 bí 30 àṣẹ́yìn náà lẹ́nu ọlọ́pàá yín tẹ́ ń ṣẹ̀rù bà wá nígboro tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ ká sinmi tá a ti ń pe gbogbo ilé pé ẹ mọ́ jáde o ẹ mọ́ jọ bíbọn payí o so ẹ̀ ń dẹmọ fún wa ní ẹ̀ ní kankan tó bọ́ ṣe kọ́lọ́pàá wọlé sí Èkó báyìí wọ́n dẹ̀ rárá lọ rè gbé owó lé wọn lọ́wọ́ gbà wọ́n dààmú ara ẹ̀ bó ṣe dé sínú àgbàlá àyọnu inú àgbàyọ àyọnu lẹ dé sí gbowó eléyìí tí ò bá gbowó nu yín mo ti dè yín mọ́ Tinubu square lé mo dè yín mọ́ náà ṣe ń fi yín gbá bọ́ọ̀lù láàárọ̀ kùkùtù wọ́n ti fi ayé yín gbá bọ́ọ̀lù bẹ́ẹ̀ sì mọ̀ sí rénú ẹ̀ ní nǹkan tẹ́sí dandan ní ẹ ti wọ Èkó níbi tí Jagaba ń tẹ̀dó sí ṣe ẹ ti wá rí ní ìsìn ẹ̀rí nǹkan kan ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kọ́lọ́pàá bí 20 bí 30 ẹ̀yin ìjọ INEC Nàìjíríà Muhammadu Buhari baba ghost mẹ́ pẹ̀lú bó ṣe kọ́lọ́pàá tó fi sakara wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ fẹ́ káwọn yẹ wá nísinmi gbogbo ẹ̀ ní Èkó ní gbogbo rọ́bìṣì tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lápá mi ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ́ kọ́lọ́pàá síbẹ̀ ni tẹ́ ẹ kọ́lọ́pàá bí 20 bí ó ti yé mi that means àwọn ọlọ́pàá tá à ń rí yẹn àwọn ọlọ́pàá tẹ́ ẹ lọ háyà wá tí ó protect Dangote tí ó protect Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá tí ó protect gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú yín ńláńláńlá tí ó protect àwọn olówó yín lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ń ló wọlé so kò ṣe pé ọlọ́pàá tó wọlé kò sí fún àwọn mẹ̀kúnnù kò sí fún pé ká mọ bó ṣe ń lọ níbi àpótí ìdìbò so ẹ ń tàn wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fi ayé wa kàn wá Ọlọ́run ó kà yé wọn tẹ́ ẹ kó ẹrù sáwọn ìyá wa lọ́kàn tẹ́ ẹ mú gbogbo owó tẹ́ ẹ kó pamọ́ tẹ́ ẹ kówó tẹ́ ẹ kó pamọ́ tẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lè sùn ẹ wá da ìbò rú ayé yóò dàrú o ẹ jábá yín wá mẹ́rin ayé wọn mọ̀ ọ́n dàrú yóò dàrú kí ló tún kù wọ́n ti dàbò rú agbóbo lélẹ̀ tí á kùn Eléṣẹlẹ̀ ní Master Surulere Lagos.
When they can't see him, open the Bose, come out all the whole vote. They come out all the whole Labour Party vote. They come out everything. How can I can't see him? Where are the armies and the police that are assigned to us to protect us? Where are they? How can I come see what is happening here right now? See all the whole vote, see everything. They scatter everywhere. They scatter everywhere.
Why you dey scatter everywhere? Wọ́n ní wọ́n ti gbé àpótí ìdìbò àwọn gbogbo ballot paper àti gbogbo tí wọ́n fi dìbò fún Pétérù Òbí nílùú Èkó. Ìyẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Sùúrùlérè. Ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá, Sùúrùlérè ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìlú Èkó. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ní ìlú Èkó ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Sùúrùlérè. So wá yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Wọ́n ní this happening in Kilo area of Masha Surulere, Lagos. You see why this country is still where we are? Torí pé lórí burúkú àwọn ọmọ náà sọ yín sínú òkùnkùn. Abẹ́ ẹ̀rọ lọ́n bí. Wọ́n ní no election in Yorùbá land. Abẹ́ ẹ̀rọ lọ́n wọ́n ń dagboru ní o, àwọn APC ló ń dagboru lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Gbogbo ń tẹ́ ń rí lẹ́ni ọwọ́ APC ni. Gbogbo bí tẹ́ ti rí nǹkan tó ń bàjẹ́ lọ́wọ́ APC ń dagboru. Wọ́n ń dagboru. Ẹni tí ò bá ti fóòtì lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún Tinubu, tí ò fóòtì fún APC, wọ́n ní kó máa relé ìyá rẹ̀, kó gba lé màmá ẹ̀ lọ, kó lọ jókòó sí lé màmá ẹ̀. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹ̀ náà láti ń rí yìí o. Ẹ máa ṣe wo wọ́n ti pààyàn wọ́n ti ń lu àwọn èèyàn o. Wọ́n ní what really happen in this country? Ẹgbẹ́ àfihàn wọn wọ́n ń kọ́ ẹgbàá fún àwọn sójà bóyá ó ti kọjá iye tí wọ́n ẹgbàá ìpọ̀.
Please, sir.
Ẹ lè lọ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kẹ́ ẹ lọ máa na àwọn tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bí wọ́n ṣe ń da àpótí ìdìbò rú. Ẹni tá a lè múlẹ̀ ńlẹ̀dí mọ́ àwọn wo leléyìí tẹ́ ẹ̀ náà bí o, torí ọ̀nà èrúlẹ̀ máa ń ṣe ẹgbàá náà ń kó fẹ́ léyìn lọ́wọ́. Eléyìí ti sìnrìn bá ń láyé rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run, eléyìí ti sìnrìn láyé rẹ̀ ò ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́. Mo pariwo fún pé kẹ́ ẹ jókòó sílé ìyá yín. Ẹgbó ti dàrú bí o.
Also, they don't allow us to vote. They don't allow us to vote.
By why this happening in Lagos? It is only Lagos. Wọ́n fẹ́ anybody dìbò ní Èkó ju Tinubu lọ. Tó bá ti dìbò fún Tinubu lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kó máa kí ló dé why now? Why now? Àwọn èèyàn dìbò nílé Haúsá now. Ẹ tún lọ sílẹ̀ Yíbò náà ẹ tún dìbò fún yín now. Ẹ tún lọ sílẹ̀ Yíbò yẹn náà ẹ tún lọ rèé dagboru bẹ́ẹ̀. Kí ló dé tẹ̀yin APC ń ṣe báyìí? Why you dey doing like this? Ẹ mọ̀ pé nǹkan téèyàn bá fi èrú kó jọ. Eléyìí tí ẹ fi ọ̀nà èrú kó jọ. Nígbà náà lọ fún Buhari. Ẹ wo bí tó bá lé ayé yín jẹ́dẹ́ inú yín dùn pé wọ́n ti gbé àpótí ìdìbò yẹn gbé. I love say APC all the way, bat all the way. Mo gbàgbé pé APC ló kú ńbẹ̀ tó fìyà jẹ yín. Wọ́n jí àpótí kí ló dé tẹ́ ẹ lè dìbò wọ́rọ́wọ́ kéje kí àwọn èèyàn di tinú wọn. Bó bá máa dìbò fún wọn wá dì fún ẹ kí ló tẹ́ ẹ ń fèrú. Ìwọ ọba ṣe rere. Ìgbà mi ń pé àwa yín ò dáa. Ẹ lọ pa àwa yín dà. Ẹ má fowó rabò. Ẹ ń fowó rabò. Ẹ jẹ́ àtúnmọ̀ tó ń lọ lórí ìkànnì agbègbè tẹ́ni lógo lápá bí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. eléyìí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìlú Èkó náà ni Èkó kété aró ní sálẹ̀ gbẹ̀lẹ̀gbẹ̀ eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Máfolúkù eléyìí tí mo fi wọ̀nyí tó nísìn Máfolúkù ló ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ Máfolúkù Òṣòdì Èkó Máfolúkù Òṣòdì Lagos Máfolúkù Òṣòdì Lagos. Yoruba nation is the solution.
They are shooting gun, no. We came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere. They are chasing people. They don't want us to vote. Labour Party, they don't want us to vote. They are shooting gun, no. We came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere. They are chasing people. They don't want us to vote. Labour Party, they don't want us to vote. They don't want us to vote, oh. They don't want us to vote. Just look at it. Just look at it.
But this is not good anyway. This is not the way. This is not good. Eléyìí ò dá rárá. Why tell ní jẹ́ káwọn Labour Party kan dìbò tí wọn. Torí pé tí mọ̀ páwọn ni wọ́n wọlé tán bá dìbò. Why tell APC sórí burúkú kúlẹ̀ tẹ̀ ń dàgbòrú báyìí náà. Tẹ́ ní jẹ́ ká tí mo dé wá bí kí wọ́n bá yín gbé wọ́rọ́wọ́ kí dẹ̀mọ́ tó lọ. Ṣé bá ń ṣe ń ṣe? Ọlọ́run ó mú iṣẹ́ mọ̀ pé gbogbo tẹ̀ ṣe sentimental lẹ́ ń ṣe fún. Sentimental lẹ́ ń ṣe fún kò dáa o. Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀ ń dìbò kò dáa. Ẹ jẹ́ kó ní kálukú di tiẹ̀ náà. Ẹ dẹ̀ kọ́ lọ́pàá bí ogún bí ọgbọ̀n wá. Ẹ bó ṣe ń yìnbọn kàṣò. Ẹ bó ṣe ń yìnbọn kàṣò. Tẹ́ni ọmọ ológun ò tí ì jẹun lẹ́nu. Omi ni mò ń mu. Omi gbóná. Ni mò ń rọ́ mú torí tí pé kí n bá yín mọ́nítọ̀ rẹ̀. Kí ìyá yín dúró bí. Àtìgbà tẹ́ ẹ dàgbòrú. Tinubu ò gbìyànjú ó kúṣẹ́. Owó ṣiṣẹ́ o. Mo rùkú dí o. Bàbá o. Putin of Yorùbá land. Bàbá ọkọ bá jẹ́ ògbìyànjú àfìgbà tán dàbò yẹn rú. So ẹ̀wí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀sẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ìjọ INEC ṣé gbogbo ibi tán ti dàbò rú tí wọ́n ti rí bòdì tó wá jẹ́ pé APC nìkan ni wọ́n lọ dìbò fún bẹ́ẹ̀ àbí PDP nìkan bóyá APC àbí PDP nìkan náà máa dìbò fún bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lénìí. So ẹ wà káàbò yẹn fún wa bí gbogbo yín tẹ́ bá jẹ́ ìjọ INEC tẹ́ bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ìkúlẹ̀ ẹ kù. Eléyìí tó wà lẹ̀ torí ẹ pé ẹ fẹ́ pa gbogbo àwọn èèyàn run. Eléyìí yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ ó ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Eléyìí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní this morning.
Tó bá gbọ́ràn sí màmá ẹ lẹ́nu tó bá gbọ́ràn sí màmá ẹ lẹ́nu wọ́n bá gbé ẹ ìwọ ló ní wàhálà ẹ àlùbá yí àlùmá tó bá gbọ́ràn sí màmá ẹ lẹ́nu tó bá gbọ́ràn sí màmá ẹ lẹ́nu wọ́n bá gbé ẹ ìwọ ló ní wàhálà ẹ àlùbá yí àlùmá rọlẹ̀ ẹ.
Ẹ̀dọ́ yẹra for Ṣàgámù.
Ìṣàgámù lélẹ̀ ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́. Ìṣàgámù nìyẹn ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní ìlú lọ́hùn báhùn. Ẹ máa wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ká Ìṣàgámù. Àdúgbò wo ni Ìṣàgámù wà? Àwọn ọlọ́pàá.
Go focus here.
Government èmi sọ fún pé wọ́n mẹ́rin tí wọ́n gbé ìjọba wọn fún mo sọ fún yín lánàá wọ́n mẹ́rin tí Tyrium government náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe torí òye kó lórí burúkú yín gbà tẹ́lẹ̀ lọ́lọ́pàá bí ogún bí ọgbọ̀n tẹ́lẹ̀ kọ́lọ́pàá tán dẹ̀ ń ṣerú eléyìí ẹ wo bọ́ ṣe ń dá wọn padà sójà tẹ̀ tó kó síta wọn tó fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn dìbò ó máa ga o sójà ò fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn dìbò ó ga gan ni o eléyìí ó kẹ̀dẹ̀ ga.
See ballot is ballot paper for ground. They can sort time. Mona sort time. Wait, no merchant. Where the people? Adults scatter everything. They not say Obi don't win. They make them scatter around Abi. They not say Obi don't win. They make them scatter everything. Now Inter College with this Inter College. Only do what for? They scatter. They just come. PDP people. They scatter everything. Only do what for Benin. They destroy the whole process of the election. They scatter everything. Yes, nah. Obi sure, nah. He sure. I bet more Sultan. See, presidential Obi na win. Sultan. See, Obi everybody. PDP come, they scatter everywhere.
Ẹ wo tó ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. This is not good. This is good. I'm very sad for this. This is not good.
They go to attack us. Look at it. Look at. They should help him. Is there no doctor around? Please.
This is not good all the way. This is not good all the way. This is not good. How could you do this to be killing people? Hey, Bobu. Àwọn èèyàn ti gan pa sí títì. Ìbọn náà yìí kò ṣàkóso.
They are shooting on Nanu. Can you hear it? They are shooting on Nanu. Can you hear it? I am at the vote out today. We are running back home now.
Ẹ dákun but kò yẹ kí àwọn APC máa ṣe báyìí. Ṣé bá àwọn ọlọ́pàá sọ pé àwọn kọ́ ọlọ́pàá tó pọ̀ sí títì ni. Why tí wọ́n kí wá lóde tó ń ṣe báyìí? Ẹ bá dé jẹ́ káwọn tó máa dìbò wọn kó dìbò now. Let the people vote. Wọ́rọ́wọ́ and wọ́rọ́wọ́lọ́jì. Let the people vote now. Ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní pa àwọn èèyàn. Ìkan náà fìbọn gán lọ́rùn dànù yìí.
Look at the map.
Wọ́n gélé lórí ni o Jésù. Kò ṣe sẹ́mi ò gbé síta. Ẹ má yẹ kó gbé péjì wálẹ̀ o. Jésù.
Twice. Go on. She will twice. Oh, you're left papa no. Yeah. When you now. At least don't make it no.
Direction highly advised. Unknown gunmen they went to announce sit at home, but the youth abused them. I want unknown gunmen. See one law announce from sit at home. One pa one de gbé orí bọ̀bọ́ yẹn wọ́n sá ni ká náà lẹ ń gbọ́ yẹn kò ṣe ṣe ń sá gbé síta ẹ dákun ẹ má jẹ́ kí page mi wálẹ̀. Mo jìyà lórí gbogbo page yìí kò gbọ́dọ̀ wálẹ̀. Mo jìyà gan kò gbọ́dọ̀ wálẹ̀ torí wọ́n ń gé orí ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń gé ká èmi kò gbọ́dọ̀ fojú rí tán mo gbọ́dọ̀ delete ẹ̀. Àwọn youth ni o.
Look at the mad guy.
Gbogbo wọn kúrò lọ́rùn wọn ni o. Òun mélé dẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti kú.
Yes. Look at the head.
Boy yìí wọ́n ti kó táyà.
Go Nigeria today. Their head, their cup don't full. Don't know Ejule.
Wọ́n pàdé wọn, wọ́n
Don't know Ejula.
wọ́n ti gé orí bọ̀bọ̀ ilé.
Look at their head. Don't know Ejule. They say bullet no they enter them. Bullet say bullet. They kill his own people. See them. Go catch them.
Wàlẹ́ gbogbo wọ́n gé orí wọn, wọ́n tún gé wọn.
Ebi a o.
Wọ́n rán wọn, wọ́n yọ kọ́rọ́ wọn síta, wọ́n rẹ̀ dànù. Wọ́n pa orí wọn bọ̀. Wọ́n pa bọ̀bọ̀ ilé pa kúpa o. Wọ́n pa bọ̀bọ̀ ilé pa kúpa o. Yéé ojú mi o. Wọ́n gé orí rẹ̀ o, Olúwa. Wọ́n yọ orí rẹ̀ o, Olúwa. Wọ́n yọ agada orí rẹ̀ dànù. Wọ́n gé orí wọn ní. Mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́jẹ́ ń delete ẹ̀. Ẹjẹ́ ń delete ẹ̀, wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ mọ orú eléyìí. Wọ́n gé orí rẹ̀ dànù. Wọ́n gé orí bọ̀bọ̀ iná àfìgbà tó parẹ́. Mo dẹ̀ ní ẹ mọ̀ sí velevele. Mo ní ẹ mọ̀ ta velevele. Ó dúró nílé ìyá rẹ̀. Ẹ fi wọ́n lẹ̀. Àsìkò tọ́lọ́run ó gbòmìnira fún yín ń bọ̀. Àwọn olórí burúkú àwọn náà ni wọ́n sọ̀bẹ̀ fún yín. Ẹ jẹ́ kán jẹ tiwọn, ẹ mọ̀ kó bọ̀dán ni. Wọ́n jẹ́ kán kó bọ̀dán ni, wọ́n jẹ́ kán pa yín nísìnyí, wọ́n ti gé orí eléyìí dànù Ọlọ́run mi. Wọ́n gé orí rẹ̀ o, wọ́n sá ni wọ́n sá kúntùkúntù kúlùkúlù. Wọ́n sá orí yẹn dànù. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ. Now ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sí orí agbágbé Facebook ká lọ rè wo ohun tó ń lọ níbẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi tẹ́ bá rí fídíò tí mo ń sọ yìí, wàlẹ́ wọ́n sábọ̀bọ̀ ìlú orí ni yànmàyànmá. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà mí. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà mí Tẹ́ni ọmọ ológo. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà Tẹ́ni ọmọ ológo. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà mí. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà mí. Wọ́n sá orí yẹn ní ṣàkàkàkà. Wọ́n sá lórí. Peter Obi wọ́n ti bà ìbò rẹ̀ jẹ́ o. Labour Party kò dẹ̀ dáa. Kò dáa. Kò dáa. RIP wọ́n ní grandpa ti kú o. Grandpa wọ́n ló ti kú o. Grandpa mọ RIP mọ Grandpi bọ̀bọ̀ tó jọmọ kékeré. Bọ̀bọ̀ ọmọ kékeré tó wà ní kìtẹ̀ lórúkọ rẹ̀ tó ń gbé ìyá ńlá kan báyìí kiri. Tó ń gbé lédì gbẹ̀ngbẹ̀ kan báyìí. Ó ti kú o. Kódà wọ́n tó omi sí gbogbo ara ẹ̀ yàmàyàmá ni. Ní ìlú wo tiẹ̀ ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ náà. Grandpa wọ́n ló ti kú o. Grandpi sorry mo tún ní grandpa. Wọ́n ń pè ní Grandpi. Tẹ́ bá mọ bọ̀bọ̀ yẹn RIP to Grandpi. Agbọ́pọ̀ rẹ̀ nígbà kan rí tó ń gbé tó dàbí àǹtí Rámọ́tà báyìí tó ń gbé ladies kan báyìí tó yẹ pé gbogbo ìdí rẹ̀ gan ó tó gbogbo ara wọn. So ẹ jẹ́ ká wo ohun tó ń lọ ń bí. Actress Chioma raise alarm. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tó wò, ẹ jẹ́ ká wo eléyìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo eléyìí bó ṣe ń lọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo. Election kò dáa. Only units. But this is bad. Ọlọ́run. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bí? Ẹ jẹ́ ká jọ wo ohun tó ń lọ ń bí lápá bí. Kò sí Labour Party. Kò sí Labour Party ńbẹ̀. Kò sí logo rẹ̀ ńbẹ̀. There is no Labour Party logo. Just only APC, PDP and other. Even kò sí ti Yẹlé Sowore ANC.
No, I mean that one, not this. APC.
Wọ́n ti ń káàbò ń bí o.
APC. We said like that food is like this. If they are fooded it like this, the heat, if it's not APC, we know that this person is still voting for APC. See, they fooded like this and it's not another party. APC.
nẹ́tíwọ́ọ̀kì ni ẹ má bínú kẹ́ gbogbo ohun tó ń kà yìí APC náà ń kà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí kò tí ì sí because kíní tó wà lọ́wọ́ wọn gan kò sí lógò ńbẹ̀ kò sí lógò another party ju APC PDP lọ nǹkan tí wọ́n fẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ ayé rí náà rí yìí.
Let me explain.
Show us now.
APC bó
Too many complaints. Too many. APC. We told them. APC.
Time to count. After sorting, a time to count for the presidential election.
ADP 1. PDP 1. ZLP 1. Labour Party 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Labour Party 7.
Báwo ni Labour Party ṣe máa jẹ́ 7? Ẹ ti da àgbòrú. Tẹ́rí kan ti ṣèrú, wọ́n ti da gbòrú.
APC
PDP ẹyọ kan péré.
1, 2, 3.
Kò ní ìdí kẹ́ẹ̀ṣẹ́ ẹ má wulẹ̀ dára yín láwọn àti mọ̀ bó ṣe ń lọ.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 7, 8, 9, 60, 61, 62, 64, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74.
Okay, that's not the final counting of the presidential election for Lagos State for polling unit 003 for Enu Owa Idumota Aziz of Lagos, where they don't count the House of Assembly, the Senate, and then they also count that of the president for there. As it be now, they don't finish counting here. We won't move to other locations where we will continue to the show on a live updates just as it happened live and direct. We notice heavy police presence across the street, about 3 or 4 police trucks around here, so we won't confirm what will happen there as they move from Lagos now to other parts of Nigeria, where we could also be given a live updates as to what's in the shell all over the country. So as we don't give an accounting
Gómìnà sì ti bí ètò náà ṣe.
Put it on top now. I need empty, you know. Empty for
gbogbo ojú tó wà pátápátá ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ láti mú àbájáde èsì ètò ìdìbò ti ààrẹ àti àwọn ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin wá sí ojú ìwòran yín. A rí i pé níbi tí wọ́n ti ń ka yìí àwọn aṣojú ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú kọ̀ọ̀kan náà wà níbẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń fojú bá bí wọ́n ṣe ń ka àwọn àbájáde ètò ìdìbò náà lọ.
PDP APC Labour APC PDP Labour PDP.
Èyí tí wọ́n ń kà lọ́wọ́ yìí ni àbájáde fún ipò ààrẹ òní wọ́n kà báyìí. Èyí tí wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ kà tẹ́lẹ̀ ní ti àwọn aṣojú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àgbà ìyẹn senate ni wọ́n ti kà ṣáájú. So ti ààrẹ ni wọ́n ń kà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ la wà níjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ north àwa yìí tó ti ń ka àbájáde èsì ìdìbò ààrẹ àti àwọn ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́.
APC Labour PDP Labour don't forget the PDP APC PDP Labour APC APC PDP PDP Labour.
Bọ́ọ̀dì ni. Tí omi bá wá bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ò ní àṣẹ tẹ̀lé. Tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ò ní àṣẹ tẹ̀lé.
Labour ADP Labour APC PDP APC PDP SDP Accord APC PDP SDP Labour APC PDP void ìdáná ọgbọ́n èyí ló void PDP ẹjọ́ ti ṣe void PDP APC PDP APC Labour
Ọ̀yà sọnù. Bọ́ọ̀dì ni ẹ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
PDP APC
Ẹ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni. Ẹ jẹ́ àwọ̀ ni ẹ̀ka mọ́ ẹ mú lébọ̀ ẹ yẹ mú.
APC.
fún gbogbo ojú tó ń wá yìí ìkànnì APC ní ìṣòro ara wa yìí àbájáde èsì ìbò ààrẹ ni wọ́n ń kà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ti sọ mo ní ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ la wà ní Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ North local government ní inú school Òkèlérìn Ebenezer Baptist Primary School 1 Ward 8 ní àwọn àníjọ tí ń ka àbájáde ètò ìdìbò fún ipò ààrẹ òun ni wọ́n ń kà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí.
Labour APC Labour void méjì ni APC PDP APC PDP SDP APC PDP APC Labour
àbájáde èsì ètò ìdìbò ààrẹ ni wọ́n ń kà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tí ètò ìdìbò ààrẹ ni wọ́n ń kà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí wọ́n ti ka àwọn tí ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin sẹ́yìn tí ètò ìbò ipò ààrẹ gangan ni wọ́n ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tí àwọn wò lójú wọn wáyé.
APC PDP PDP ADP PDP APC Labour PDP APC PDP Labour SDP APC Labour APC Labour APC Labour APC Labour APC Labour SDP PDP Labour APC Labour APC PDP why did you know APC PDP na hold on talk one long put party meeting PDP APC yeah so let's
wọ́n ti kó
presidential
àbájáde wọn ti kó sọ́tọ̀ ti àsọ̀tọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan wọ́n fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa ká bí àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ṣe rí ìbò sí ẹgbẹ́ ADP ìbò méjì péré ni wọ́n rí fún ipò ààrẹ ìbò méjì péré ni wọ́n rí fún ipò ààrẹ.
SDP 1 2 3 4 5
ẹgbẹ́ SDP ìbò márùn-ún ni wọ́n rí nínú ipò ààrẹ ìbò márùn-ún ni wọ́n rí níbí báyìí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú
ADC 1
àwọn ní ìbò kan péré.
ADC 1 Accord party ADC Accord now PDP abi ẹjọ máa rọṣù mi ní ọ̀pọ̀ máa rọṣù PDP 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, PDP 42. APC, okay. Are you ready? APC
42.
PDP 42. Oh yeah, APC. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, APC, 67 votes.
67.
Yeah. Labor. Get ready.
Oh yeah.
Labor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Are you writing? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Labour, 50.
Labour Party. Àbájáde èsì ìdìbò fún ipò ààrẹ ni a ṣe gbọ́ tán yẹn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun tí wọ́n kà wọ́n ní ẹgbẹ́ Labour Party wọ́n rí ìbò 50 níbi tí a wà yìí, ẹgbẹ́ PDP rí 42 nígbà tí ẹgbẹ́ APC rí 67 ní ibi tá a wà yìí. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí mo ṣe sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan, àbájáde èsì ìdìbò fún ipò ààrẹ òun ni wọ́n ṣe kà tán yìí. Ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ la wà ní Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ North Local Government nínú school Ebenezer Primary School 1 Ward 8 ní ibi tí ètò ìdìbò tí wọ́n kà yìí tí a ti gbọ́. Ìkànnì BBC News Yorùbá lẹ́wà láti àárọ̀ tá ti mú bí ètò ìdìbò ṣe ń lọ wá sí ojú àwòrán yìí. Níbí báyìí ètò ìdìbò ti tán pátápátá pẹ̀lú kíkà tí wọ́n ka àbájáde èsì ètò ìdìbò. Lẹ́yìn tí wọ́n ti ṣe lé tán, àwọn tí ó jẹ́ aṣojú àwọn ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú tó wà níbí wọ́n á tọwọ́ bọ̀wé láti fihàn bóyá inú wọn dùn àbí wípé ṣé wọ́n ṣe kà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà lórí ìyẹn èsì ìdìbò tí wọ́n ṣe kà tán lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ sí i. Ìkànnì BBC News Yorùbá la wà ìlú Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ àti mú bó ṣe ń lọ wá sí ojú ìwòran yìí níbi tí wọ́n ti ka àbájáde sí ipò ààrẹ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àgbà àti ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin kékeré.
You know, in our election management process, you can eliminate a lot of manipulations and allow the people free will to determine who will govern them.
All right, let's cross over to Abuja, where we have Professor Jinadu. And Professor, I want to just get your overall assessment of all that happened. Arise News has been extensive in their coverage of the presidential candidates, the leading ones. And just give us your overview of what you've seen today, from accreditation to voting. Let's get your perspective.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back on Arise. And I agree entirely with the analysis assessment that my co-guest has offered. I think it shows that a lot of work has been put into the electoral process by INEC and, to a large extent, the security agencies. I just came out of the CDD Guest Analysis Center now, and the report we are getting from across the country from our field officers show that apart from glitches, few glitches and issues here and there, which are to be expected given the vast logistic exercise that is involved in the elections. I think we've started off on a good note, and hopefully things will continue the way they've started. So that is what we are tracking. But so far, I think we have a much better start than we've experienced in the past immediate electoral cycles.
Very good, Professor Jinadu. If I may come back to you, Liberos, just like the professor mentioned, the fact that there are few glitches every now and then. I know when I have to cover some off-season elections, that is to be expected. You can't have everything like 100%, as it were. But let's take a look at this scenario. A candidate needs to have the most votes at 25% of ballots cast in 2/3 of Nigeria. States to be declared winner. And if no one achieves that, there will be a runoff within 21 days, which is a first in Nigeria's history. What if we don't achieve that? Because earlier on, there were probably some thoughts that this election might go for a runoff at this stage because of the individualism of the candidates.
Yeah, but before I answer that your question, I would say, yeah, while we expect a few glitches here and there, but there are some that are recurrent. Take, for example, in I think the RAC Center in Makurdi, Murukrum roundabout in Makurdi, where INEC officials had had, materials hostage that their allowances had not been paid. I know somewhere also in Delta State. I think we should have moved past that level where you remember the Anambra scenario, was it one local government in Anambra during the election? Then you had scenario.
Liberals, permit me to just allow you press a pause button, and we'll come back to that particular point because it's very, very important. But let's get to hear from the presidential candidates, the leading ones, and let's start it off with the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, as well as his vice presidential candidate, Ifeanyi Okowa. We'll be going around most of them, but this is Atiku speaking and Okowa also speaking separately after voting. Let's get to hear from him.
I think it's a worthwhile exercise, but then I think as far as the accessibility of the new currency to the ordinary man, I think it needs to be done. I am very optimistic.
We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work. And we have put out our document there. Our documents are confident to Nigerians, and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared. A prepared team, a prepared party, to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle all the issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of our children, which is key, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to develop powers to every part of this country and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what you see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President for ensuring that there is fairness in this election.
That was the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku earlier, and of course his vice presidential candidate, Okowa there. Now, Vice President candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Dati Ahmed, has cast his ballot at polling unit 21, Tudunwada ward in Zaria, Kaduna State. He expressed satisfaction at the conduct of the process and commended the electoral for conducting themselves cordially.
Our most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, is the first testament to which, but there is this caveat that we are all skipping, so to put it, that as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done.
And now moving on, Rivers Governor Nyesom Wike has expressed disappointment over the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVOS machine, in his polling units. Governor Wike arrived at his polling unit 7 in Ward 9 in Obio Akpo local government area with his wife, Justice Suzette Eberechi Wike, at about 10:30 a.m. According to him, he and his wife could not be accredited. He noted that over 20 minutes of unsuccessful tries, a female electoral officer appealed to him to check back. Meanwhile, Governor Wike has described the early process as a failure and says he is disappointed with the functionality of the machine at his polling units.
You can see the failure. I'm highly disappointed. We're all told that INEC had expressed confidence that they are ready for the election, that the beavers are working. They can set the crowd here. I don't believe that most people will be allowed to vote with the slow working of the beavers, because I stayed over 25 minutes there, and yet I couldn't vote, and I was told to go and come back. And before that, they would have rectified the beavers. So I'm highly disappointed.
Governor Wike there. Now in Alhaji Kukawa unit, Maiduguri, where the APC vice presidential candidate will cast his votes. It's 9:30 o'clock, but voters have not seen the voting materials. The INEC officials also are not on ground. According to situations there, voters arrived early morning to cast their votes, but they are disappointed as no INEC staff appear at the polling unit. Now, these voters are still waiting for the arrival of voting materials. They are disappointed by this move so far.
We are waiting for them. We are waiting for them more than 1 hour plus now. And then they give us time around 8:30 to be around. So up to now, we see them. We don't know what is going on. Nothing at all. We still expect them to pick up. But now I'm disappointed because there's time for everything. We've got so many places now that are about to finish their own master.
So I'm so happy about that. My only worry was that the election here started after 11. And it's rightly pointed out, we have thousands of people there. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, the machine went bad, and now they are struggling to repair it. And only God knows when it will be repaired. And even if it is repaired, because of the time it takes for one person to vote, from my personal experience, it will take a lot of time, to the extent that I hope the staff will be patient enough to ensure that everybody votes in that particular place. And maybe this is not an isolated case. Maybe it's a similar thing elsewhere. And one other problem that we have in the NNPP is that NNPP is not written on the ballot paper. It's only the logo, and the logo was not looking good. You cannot understand anything. And that's why in some places they are saying, especially in Kano, when they go, they tell them to ask for Konkoso's party, or here we call it in Hausa, a party logo, fruits.
So is that peculiar to the NNPP, or just a poor delivery by INEC? How would you describe this?
I think we only know ourselves. I don't know of others. PDP, APC have been there for a long time. They are participating. They perfected, and PDP is written, APC is written, but ours, NNPP, is not written. So I want to appeal to our supporters wherever they are in this country to be directing our voters, to tell them that, look, you go and ask, because many people are not used to crowds, especially women who are always in Pada. You go there, even if you see somebody.
What stopped INEC also from having drones to monitor election and give reports, on the outcome of the election, the way it is going? So as much as we praise what is going on and what we're seeing, but also when we see some of these challenges, we should point them out to INEC and point possible solutions to actually, ameliorating these challenges.
Which brings me back to the question I was going to ask you, pointing out the challenges. Recently in Lagos State, I think a well-known transport union head, the court stopped his involvement
yes.
on 2 occasions, if I remember correctly. And we're seeing that kind of scenarios over fears that some of the challenges you just alluded to. So when we look at scenarios like that, why aren't we taking more proactive steps involving technology? Logistics companies, like you also rightly mentioned, could have been involved in all of this transportation of materials. And then the issue of monitoring them as well.
Yeah, so that's why I said that when people have trust in a process, it is difficult for them to challenge your decisions. It is failure of trust that's making people say, look, MCO Lomo is partisan. So it's clear the party is allegiance, he owns allegiance to. So if you are engaging an institution that he is the head, how do you allay our fears that he's not going to tamper with the process? I had expected INEC not to say, well, we sign, or just tell us we sign agreement with individuals. And so it is when we have challenges that the management will help us, look out for this individual. They should go a step further by saying we have also deployed technology to ensure that all the buses that we are going to engage, we know where they are and when they leave, when they come back, and we have, the identity of everybody that is going to man those vehicles. That's what logistic companies do. So once you do that, and people after the election see that, yes, these materials move seamlessly, and INEC consistently is giving information for areas where materials have not arrived. You go to INEC website, you'll be able to get the information that, look, in Lagos State, there's delay because so and so has happened from a tracking room. It becomes easy. Tomorrow, nobody will question whoever you gave the contract to, but because they know that you're on top of your game. But when in the absence of information, rumor will thrive. And once rumor thrive, even intellectuals are turned to conveyor belts.
Libos, I have a particular question, but we'll hold on that for a moment. Let's cross over to Amodofi here in Lagos State and talk to Ozioma Okoli, our ICE correspondent who is on ground to give us latest. Ozi, talk to us.
Okay, so here in Amuodofi Festac 1, the people in this community have started casting their votes already since 11 o'clock. And this particular word is the word of the All Progressives Congress organizing secretary, that's Comrade Ayodele Adewale, and you can see how organized this place is, contrary to so many opinions of people that Amuodofi is going to be a battleground in terms of violence. There is nothing like violence here. Everything here is going on smoothly. You see people well aligned. They are on the queue, and then casting their votes. Everything is going accordingly. They are very, very civic about their responsibilities, and everything is just going as planned.
Very good, Ozzy. Now, like you said, there were concerns that Amuodofi, because of its cosmopolitan nature, might have some acts of violence or what have you. But the scenario, as you painted, seems peaceful. So we've seen a couple of policemen behind you and near the ballot boxes. But generally, on your way to that area, how would you describe security presence in that regard? Ozzy, can you hear me? It seems we've temporarily lost communications there with what we can see from the visuals. Some of the voters trying to cast their their votes, and things are going orderly. There hasn't been any major reports of violence in any case regarding that that scenario.
I'm not even positive, because usually there were talks building up to this election that we're meant to see more Igbos, because they are a huge cluster of them.
And we also saw
in that particular area and those polling units, and it's quite a mixed bag we're seeing there. Igbos, Yorubas, and
I remember when the Labour Party candidate was campaigning through that corridor, we saw a huge crowd of people from.
That's what I want to find out from Bose. What happened to what's happening to the people that they said they will come out in their numbers to vote? But I was coming back to you, Liberos. Let's talk about the Beavers machine, the problems that have actually emanated from failures to actually come up and also do the required duties. Yes, accreditation, then voting. As we are already getting closer to official closing of the electoral process, that's 2:30. Talk to us. What are you envisaging? Because as it stands right now, I'm sure some people are on the sidelines taking notes, and they will certainly be going to court based on the fact that the Beavers did not perform to its optimal capacity in terms of accrediting and also giving people the opportunity to exercise the franchise.
From what I understand the Beavers to be, any Beavers that is not able to perform its duties, that machine is not working.
And what do people do at that point?
It's like your phone with your information, phone numbers already stored. Okay. So INEC has said this machine does not need internet to accredit, because you already have this information pre-stored. So what it's basically doing is, once you come, it calls up the information. It's like your phone, you have numbers stored on your phone. The moment you type 000246, it gives you possible names. So it does the same thing that Beavers does. So a Beavers that is not able to recall information pre-stored on it means it is not functional. So there's nothing to blame on it. You can't say it is network, or it means it is not working. And if it is not working, you don't begin to wait to find how to, you change it. And which is what I need.
Very good. I'm so sorry to have to interject, but I'll come back to you on that. We still have Ozzy Okoli, our correspondent in Amuodofin area of Lagos State, to give us more insight on scenarios in that part of Lagos. Ozzy, if you can hear me, how would you describe the security scenario where you are at the moment in terms of police presence and the feeling of feeling safe by people in that area?
Well, the security architecture here is top-notch. You can see the Nigerian police officers making sure that people are aligning properly in line. You can see the security officer here controlling the people. That shows that everything here is moving on smoothly and adequately. You can see the serene atmosphere, the idyllic atmosphere in here. Everything is just going smoothly as planned. And so far, people have been very, very cooperative. They've been queuing. They've been taking their turns one after the other to go cast their votes. Presently, like I said at the very beginning of my running commentary, that this particular ward, Festac 1, is the ward of the APC organizing secretary, that's Comrade Ayodele Adewale. And you see how people are abiding by the rules of engagement. You come, you get to the INEC officials here, they take your PVC, your permanent voters card, they cross-check it very well to ensure that you are the person. The bimodal accreditation thing, that's BVAS, bimodal system, they will use it to check and look at it very well to ensure that you are the person that is coming to cast your vote. And once they are done, you now step up to this point for you to go cast your vote. So far, this particular ward has been very, very peaceful, has been extremely peaceful, I must say. There is nothing like violence. There is nothing like indiscipline or rudeness or whatever that you can talk about concerning the anti-aspect of anything called electoral violence.
All right, Ozzy, we want to say thank you very much for bringing us up to speed with what is happening in Amuodofin area of Lagos State. We'll still be keeping tabs with you as the show goes on, but let's press it further today. And let's tell you that Section 134 of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution as amended seeks to bring much needed clarity about what conditions must be met before a candidate is ultimately pronounced duly elected president of Nigeria.
Finally, there was an issue raised by some of the political parties, particularly at the polling unit level this morning. They said that in some instances, the logos of the political parties were on the ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For result sheets at polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the commission will return the top copies, the first two top copies, and then give each polling agent at polling unit level a copy, and one copy goes to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot papers. So what we did on the result sheets was to provide 2 additional blank rows. And the purpose of these 2 additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those two additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to the result sheets for which rows have been provided accordingly. And the polling the presiding officers and the collection agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia state that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia state. We are also aware of the situation in Imo state. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Uguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. In the whole of Osu, we had issues in all the 11 wards. In the case of Olu,
interrupt this particular press briefing by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood, and let's bring in the presidential candidates of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Of a leader is his ability to do what ought to be done at the time it should be done. Let them go.
My question is 2015, a lot of Nigerians will remember that Nigerians were yearning to have a change from Egypt. People wanted got to be a change. Why? Because the economy of Nigeria was in tatters in 2015. And what was said then was that we are broke as a nation. 2023, 8 years after, we're in a worse situation as to what the economists can see. And you just said now here that you're distancing yourself from you are sure what I'm not APC.
I'm not APC.
Yes, sir.
Is that not true?
That is very true, sir. So my question, sir, is...
You see, I cannot be the platform. I can only use the platform to reach the people. I can only pronounce, promote, and articulate my vision for my country. What I believe as a progressive government. You're looking backwards. We cannot compare apple and oranges. Okay? What was the situation of the economy in 2015? The oil prices were up. We were producing 2 billion barrels of crude a day. What is the situation in 2019? We have a very deep dig in the oil prices. The production went to 900 barrels from 2,000. And this is a monolithic economy that depends on the oil production. Is it done by who? We have security that didn't do what they ought to be doing. we complain of oil theft. Our production capacity must know. We have a government that spent close to 15 years, if not more than that. I don't have the data. To amend and improve on Petroleum Act. They didn't look for the bottleneck. They didn't accelerate their collaboration with the National Assembly. They didn't get the private sector oil company involved. They didn't keep their promise. That's why we uprooted them. They went away. The challenge we face in 2019 is different. You have a dedicated leader, sincerely in Buhari, committed, but he's not an economist. He has to face, a very, very challenging situation of economy. He has to face population growth, graduate students unemployed, too many of them. They were not creative enough to accommodate, creative ways of getting the economy going in so many areas of opportunity. Even social media is now a source of revenue for some people. Talented artisans and all of that, creative industry was not well promoted. And all of that accumulated in less energy for the economy. The vision is different. I mean, with my vision, it's different. You could see Lagos. You could see the infrastructural improvements. You could see the taming of the Atlantic Ocean. Go there now and see. If we don't bring and convince the private sector on the need to collaborate and work together to promote the interests of the country, you cannot have progress.
People just stand for outside, they wait for beavers, not beavers. Not be only this place, other places too, where we don't first see, not beavers for many places. Not be these beavers, not be, I think we talked yesterday, say they won't manipulate. Because as these beavers, they know they work, now according to this very word, now not beavers, the beavers, they know they work. As these beavers not come, they work, because they select the places where they go for read the beavers. They select on the places where they know say, more votes will come to Peter Obi. They select they the beavers where they know they work. You understand me now? So many places there now where their beavers know they work at all. And if they don't get beavers now, they'll can't use manual. They not can't use beavers. And that beavers they go protect this election. Now they understand me now. So if beavers not there, they won't come take votes because manual they go ring them. If they use manual take votes, they go ring them. See people for outside now, not beavers. Police there, everybody there, they say beavers not they work. Beavers machine where they carry put for there, they say no one they work. Not be only here, other places they lay complaint to say beavers not they work. They selected the places where they go for feed, frustrate the life of the people. Where they won't take away the rights for them to vote. You understand me? Because this one is oppression in the highest order. You cannot carry a beaver that is not working on election day. And then how you call women they can't take votes now? How you call women they take votes? This one is pure wickedness from the INEC.
That audio when we hear yesterday not true. Now their plan. It is not a manipulated audio at all. We heard the voice very clear, talking about the beavers machine to make them not to work, and that is what is happening. We have to speak out because we have to say the truth in this matter.
What nonsense is that? Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's true. Hello, Jimana. Hello, Jimana. You should not be staying on the road. I don't know. I don't see. Hello. Something is happening. I rather say it now. Look, let me tell you. So far, all the beavers machine around here, they claim it's not working. They claim this beavers machine had better work. It had better work. Don't try. See, INEC. Look, I not try anything. It had better work. This beavers machine is not working. That one is not working. That one. All this one are to so that it will become manual. Then rig it will start. Don't try it. If the beavers machine are not working, you no election. So you get me? We don't want this. Don't try it. Don't try it to go burn this country. This machine not work. Don't try it. The beavers machine had better work. Because you are coming now, they say my own poly unit. Say all of our name. No, they say the beavers machine cannot capture. Don't try it. INEC. Don't try it. You better come and resolve our poly unit. What's the poly unit number? Let me call it. The poly unit number is 3106-12002. Please come and fix all the and then 3106-12038. Go. That didn't go. Let's come and fix it. The beavers machine had better work. We cannot go back to manual. We cannot go back to the old ways. What nonsense is that?
Ìyẹn náà lẹ́tún ti rí àtúntì mú yẹn wá náà sí ojú àgbàgbé yín àátún fún yín náwọn míì ní bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ní orí ìkànnì Tẹ́ni Ọmọ Ológo. Àwọn olórí burúkú mọ́sànfàní kan tí wọ́n pera wọn ní àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nation wèrè tí wọ́n ti lọ ẹ̀ńdọ́ọ̀sì àwọn olóṣèlú torí pé a kìlọ̀ fún wọn àwọn ìyẹn tẹ̀ tún gbójú pamọ́ ní ìsílẹ̀ ní báwọn ti gbójú síta.
Happening live right now.
Orí channel látún ti rélé náà gbogbo ẹ̀ náà wọ́n ń ṣe fake news ní ìwọ tó bá gbáwó tó kọjá yẹ tó wá sí orí ìkànnì mi àdàbí tí n bá wá sórí péjì yín ṣùgbọ́n tí mi ò wá síbẹ̀ tó wá dé orí péjì mi tó ń kọ ìkọkúkọ pé fake news ni mò ń gbé láṣẹ Èdùmàrè gbọ́njú ayérayé ló máa délé bọ́ ẹ mo ò jẹ́ wọn kọ́ mi ò tí ì jẹ́ wọn kọ́ mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ obìnrin mo mú pé kí n fi fún yín ní nǹkan tó ń lọ lórílẹ̀‐èdè yẹn ìwọ wá bọ́ sí abẹ́ any post tó bá jẹ́rìí lórí Tẹ́ni Ọmọ Ológo lẹ́nu tó wá lọ ìdí ẹ̀ tó lọ post síbẹ̀ tó lọ kọ̀ọ̀kan kúkọ síbẹ̀ kò ní ò ní sóríire mọ́ láyé ọwọ́ rẹ ò ní fi gba lẹ́tà nǹkan tó dáa ohun tó dáa nǹkan bànújẹ́ ló máa wọnú ayé yín torí bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn bá lóhùn ò sí pè mọ́ ẹ̀yin ni.
At Falolu Road, the truck just came with face mask and hooded mask and they shot sporadically and cut away with the ballot box and the beavers machine. You can see right here now. Look at everybody. They came all the way from this side. Then a Korope bus and shot periodically to the air. And everybody ran away and they took away the ballot. You can see the observers. Look at them. You can see the observer. Right, I just witnessed this myself. Right now. Look at, yeah, how are you guys? This is front of Gbajabiamila's office. You can see that's Gbajabiamila's office. Consistency office. Right in his room. Look at. You can see. This is happening live. Right here. As you can see. That's it. That's Falolu Street. This is happening on Akerele Road right now. Look at. This is it. There are observers. This is international observers. You can see. The presiding officer is injured. Look at. Look and see. This is unbelievable. This is real. It's happening real. They are struggling. But we are grateful that there is nobody that is shut up. No dead. Okay. Live now.
I've been apprehended by operatives of Ogun State Police Command.
You are paying me 25,000 naira, and the money is not enough for me to feed myself and my family. I am not the one that.
bó ṣe ń lọ lọ́wọ́ channel láti gbé yẹn at least ibi tá a bá ti gbé so tá a ti gbé fídíò àwa máa ń fi sọ fún yín pé apá ibì kan bí Àgídìgbò ló gbé eléyìí tá a fẹ́ fi wọ̀nyí lọ́wọ́ ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lágbo ní location 9 lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ any news tá a bá gbé jáde a fi ń ṣe àkàwé fún yín kẹ́ ẹ mọ tó ń lọ ẹ̀yin ìkáwálẹ̀ gbórí burúkú wá torí pé à ń sọ fún yín ẹ wà máa
jábọ̀ àwọn nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí ètò ìdìbò tá à ń dì lórílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà. A wà ní agbègbè Ward 4 ní ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ìbàdàn North, Ward 4 Unit 14 ibẹ̀ la wà yìí. Ṣùgbọ́n a gbọ́ àwọn nǹkan kan eléyìí tí kò ní dùn láti ẹnu wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn èèyàn wa àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n kojú kó tó di pé wọ́n débi tí wọ́n wà yìí lọ́dọ̀ àwọn elétò ààbò tí a sì fẹ́ fi tó gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń gbọ́ wa àtẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò wá jákèjádò àgbáyé abẹ́kẹ́yìn náà bá wa gbọ́ ẹ̀sùn máa wà. Orúkọ yín? Toyib Salawudeen. Níbo la wà ìsà?
A wà ní Ward 4 Unit 14.
Ward 4 Unit 14 kò ní àwà.
Ìbàdàn North.
Ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè ṣàlàyé fún àwọn nǹkan tí ojú yín rí lójú ọ̀nà nígbà tí ẹ ń bọ̀ wá síbi tí ẹ ti dìbò?
Ìgbà tá à ń bọ̀ sí ibi tá a ti máa dìbò bí a ṣáà rí àwọn sójà kan tó dúró. Wọ́n sọ pé táwọn èèyàn máa mú voters card wọn wá fi ń pàṣẹ which is right. So ìgbà táwa máa débẹ̀ wọ́n sọ pé voters card wáyé pé àwa mú passport lálẹ́ mọ̀ wípé kò ṣáà lá ní kí ká dẹ́ fi.
Ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè mú voters card wọn jáde káàtì ẹ̀rù bóyá ẹ̀lẹ́mọ̀ lóòótọ́ àbí ẹ̀lẹ́mọ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ pé bóyá.
Wọ́n ti yá so bí ogun ẹ̀ ṣe wà nísìnyí so kò possible kan lẹ ilé mọ̀ kí kíní wà báyìí kó ṣe.
Àwọn ni wọ́n pieces.
Ká tó dé padà ìgbà tá a lọ mú passport wa sọ́ra máa fi tún fi hàn wọ́n fún ẹ̀rí again ọ̀nà àti bàtọ́ ti ya ọgbẹ́ sílẹ̀ báyìí.
Ní agbègbè bo ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ti ṣẹlẹ̀?
Ní agbègbè bus stop ní gate.
Perfect process for you.
To release him immediately. That's the only point that you say voters security or.
Fake news.
The collision point, I think that
perhaps it will be interesting to
God. And offering a new beginning, the outcome can only be determined by God. Whatever God says, I accept it. It is God that makes it possible. Everybody. It's God that will listen and look at the yearnings of Nigerians. These are the poor people who are suffering. Because Nigerians have suffered enough. And I believe God will hear them cry. What I urge them is to make sure that they stand voting. That will help. So, this will happen. As long as it works as seamless as it is here, I believe they will be able to meet up within the specified time. And if they don't, they can extend it for a few minutes.
Fake news.
That's my appeal. I'm not authorizing
I'm not that you saw on my post, on my page is real news.
The Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi there talking about his impressions of the voting process, not just where he voted but elsewhere. And we're receiving reports again. This one is from Surulere. It's like for one reason or the other, there's some targeting of Surulere. This is another eyewitness video who's from someone who claims there was a cutting away of electoral materials at polling unit
EC30B. That's EC30B in the Surulere area of Lagos. We must emphasize that this video is yet to be verified. It's from an eyewitness who claims that electoral materials were carted away at polling unit EC30B in Surulere area.
This is the situation, live situation here from Ijayi Branco, off Branco Street here in Mafuluku. And there's been an incident here. We understand eyewitness here tell us, especially the people living here, tell us that some young men came in a bike, opened fire, shots were fired, and everybody scampered for safety. While that happened, they picked up the ballot boxes, picked up electoral materials, and burnt them. And you can see the ashes of the papers, electoral papers and registers, and you can see they had these ones are burnt, and that's the situation. It tells you that this was an active ward because you can see names on the wall. But what that means is that as far as this ward is concerned, EC330A, I don't know how INEC is going to deal with the issues of those who have voted, whose votes will not count as a result of the ballot box being taken and burnt. This is the situation, and there's another one over there. As you can see, there's another polling unit which is just less than 50 meters away from it. Just less than 50 meters away from it, you can see another ballot, another activity going on here in terms of arson. I mean, this is clearly an arson. This is that has been burnt and shredded, you can see, and that's the situation we have coming from. And you see, this is an INEC signed documentation with an INEC officer's signature. It shows you that this was an active paper for today, and some guys have come here to set federal government's property, disenfranchising people, and making sure that all that the government have been campaigning in terms of activities against such acts have been perpetrated. And it is the hope that the INEC chairman, the head of the security units, will take this very seriously and bring these people. It's not difficult to know who these guys are, and bring them to book and make sure that those who have been denied the right to vote can have some level of respite. From the Branco end of Mafuluku by Ijayi area, this is Olu Phillips for Channels Television News.
Happening live right now at the Falolu Road. The truck just came with face mask and hooded mask, and they shot sporadically and cut away with the ballot box and the beavers machine. You can see right here now. Look at everybody. They came all the way from this side. Then a Korope bus and shot periodically to the air. And everybody ran away and they took away the ballot. You can see the observers. Look at them. You can see the observers. Right, I just witnessed this myself. Right now. Look at, yeah, how are you guys? This is part of office. You can see that's office. Look at. You can see. This is happening right here. If you don't like anything, get out of my face. Leave it alone. It's true, lady. This is happening on Aare right now. This is it. They are observers. This is international observers. You can see. The presiding officer is injured. Look at. You can see. This is unbelievable. This is real. It's happening real. They're struggling. But we are grateful that there is nobody.
Eyewitness.
All right, then eyewitness videos there from as you saw from.
Last warning for you: if you don't like whatever I posted today under my page, anything I posted today, if you don't like it, waka pass. If you don't like whether it is fake news, whether it is old news, waka pass. It's none of your business. It's my bone. It's my page. It's not for you. And you don't have, if anything is not coming out on the social media, I won't post it. It's common social media. And I will post it. If you don't like it, please waka pass. tó o bá kò sírú ẹ̀dá tó lè jẹ́ tó o bá lọ sí abẹ́ page mi pẹ̀lú anything tí n bá post lẹ́nìí tó o bá lọ kan fake news old video is from Ghana is from kinikan ìpọ́njú ayérayé ló máa gbẹ̀yìn ayé ẹ̀ àsìkò tí mo fi sílẹ̀ tí mo fi ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀run máa fi àsìkò ẹ̀ ṣòfò tilétilé mi ìfẹ́ mọrú ẹ̀dá tó jẹ́ ọ̀run máa fa ayé yín ṣòfò àtàsìkò yín. If you don't like anything I posted on my page, please leave my page. If you don't like wherever I post, leave it and go. What's your business? Block me. But for you to write any rubbish there, ó máa ṣòfò ẹ̀mí, ayé ẹ̀ máa bàjẹ́, ọ̀run máa fàsìkò ẹ̀ ṣòfò. Mi ti jẹun àárọ̀ débi tí ń jẹ tọ̀sán, ilẹ̀ ti ṣú àti wà lágo mẹ́jọ. Mi ti jẹun àárọ̀ débi tí ń jẹ talẹ́. Èmi wá ní kí n máa mú nǹkan tó ń lọ ní agbágbé ojú agbágbé fún ẹ. Ìwọ wá post, wá lọ comment pé fake news is from Ghana, is from this. Ṣé gbogbo tó sọ tó ṣe ń jọba ló bá báyìí náà Ghana ló ti wá gbogbo bí tó ti ń yìnbọn kàtò tó dẹ̀ ń korúkọ síbẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ ń dá orúkọ nínú bẹ̀ training náà ni ayé yín máa bàjẹ́ tọmọtọmọ ni tọmọtọmọ yín láyé yín máa bàjẹ́ tó bá tásìkò àṣeré ayé tí yín náà láyé ògo yín máa dí ọ̀nà máa dí Ọlọ́run máa dínà mọ́ yín sọ ara yín o ẹ bá láìkì tí mo post ẹ máa lọ ẹ̀yin dagboru burúkú yìí olórí burúkú wọn mọ̀jú kán mọ̀ dagboru lọ tọ́ọ̀gì ni gbogbo yín. Comment rubbish lábẹ́ post mi kò.
In Akpa, before we came back to School Township, elections have been largely peaceful. Collation is ongoing. Results are being declared. Winners are emerging from the polling unit level as we speak.
Pius, was there at any point where the BVAS machine didn't work? People had to be turned back to return, or they had spare machines that they used to authenticate?
Yeah, this morning, one of the civil society persons in Makurdi that I know called me and said a polling unit at Nima, St. Joseph Catholic Church, Nima, was only admitting the people whose initials began with A, meaning that anybody whose name is Bola Lawal may not be able to vote at that polling unit. After a while, she called back and said that it appears that people with A initials were many, so they had moved every other initials from B down to other polling units. So she had found her polling unit, but it was far away from where she was used to voting. Now, the problem with that is that while these people went to their normal polling unit to cast their votes, their names were moved from their original polling unit to others without a message, without a text, without a direction, until they fought, confronted, and all that before they were told where their polling units were. But eventually, they found where to vote. So generally, that report came to us in Makurdi, it came to us in Otuko, and other local governments across the state. So it's a question of communication where they have moved certain voters from one polling to the other. But to say BVAS didn't work is not so true, because from the places we went, I voted myself. BVAS worked exactly perfectly well, and I got voting very early.
Why do I envy you right now?
So your name starts with A, or is it M? Maybe that's the challenge.
We're going to come back to that, medicine. But just a quick one, Pius, before you go. In reporting, you said voting has been largely peaceful, other than the security issues that Millicent asked you about. Any other incidences that didn't make it a perfect process for you?
Well, security checks along the roads were very tight. They would stop my vehicle, search my boots, search people in my vehicle, even when I have an and then the sticker on my car. So security was top notch. One of the things that happened today that the governor spoke about was the arrest of the PDP campaign director general in Benue State, Dr. Cletus Tokia. In his response, he said that Dr. Tokia was only arrested with just 100,000 naira, which cannot pass for monument for inducing voters. And so he asked the EFCC to release him immediately. That's the only point that you say voters security or election monitoring had any issue at all. But as we speak, it is believed that EFCC picked the Director General of the PDP Campaign Council in Benue State. The governor has followed up with a call that he should be released because he was only found with just 100,000 naira on him. Other than that, we have not had any issues going through the polls from Makurdi down to Tuko here.
Well, thank you, Pius. I guess we'll have to find out more about that one, considering the CBN policy position and all of that.
And then the FCC's position
and then
all
the
of
FCC's
that.
position.
So they've been on ground.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Pius. Again, it's a question of different strokes for different folks. Pius's testimony, if you like, tended to give the impression that if that was replicated in many other places, when he started with the people with the letter A were the only ones I was going to say.
I was worried.
That seems to be another dimension to an already existing challenge, but perhaps not. Let me ask you, right here with us in the studio here, Mr. Lawal, if as things are now, people have described the stage at which we are as the real challenge. That normally, in many instances, other than this late arrival of materials and personnel and so on, that usually the voting part of it usually goes fairly smoothly. That it is this point that we are now, where sorting, gathering, counting, collating, the movement of the results from one place to the other, that where most, if not all, the shenanigans happen. This time, have you seen anything from what we have experienced today that could give you the impression that perhaps our experience this time as watchers and as observers will be different?
So what's most shocking is that I think my closest experience to understand.
Why always you don't you know that the meaning of the comments here back it can affect me and my page. So Bose Jenny, Mama thank you. News
The Nigerian magic.
Open fire, shots were fired.
Crime. Well, what I urge them is to make sure that
Larry, it's like for one reason or the other,
that some young men came in a bike, opened fire, shots were fired, and everybody scampered for safety. While that happened, they picked up the ballot boxes, picked up electoral materials, and burnt them. And you can see the ashes of the papers, electoral papers and registers, and you can see they had these ones are burnt. And that's the situation. It tells you that this was an active ward, because you can see names on the wall. But what that means is that as far as this ward is concerned, EC 330A, I don't know how INEC is going to deal with the issues of those who have voted, whose votes will not count as a result of the ballot box being taken and burnt. This is the situation. And there's another one over there. As you can see, there's another polling unit which is just less than 50 meters away from it. Just less than 50 meters away from it, you can see another ballot, another activity going on here in terms of arson. I mean, this is clearly an arson. This is materials that have been burnt and shredded, you can see. And that's the situation we have coming from. And you see this is an INEC signed documentation with an INEC officer's signature. It shows you that this was an active paper for today. And some guys have come here to set federal government's property, disenfranchising people, and making sure that all that the government have been campaigning in terms of activities against such acts have been perpetrated. And it is the hope that the INEC chairman, the head of the security unit, will take this very seriously and bring these people. It's not difficult to know who these guys are, and bring them to book and make sure that those who have been denied the right to vote can have some level of respite. From the Branco end of Mafuluku by Jai area, this is Olu Phillips for Channels Television News.
happening live right now at the Falolu Road. The truck just came with face mask and hooded mask, and they shot sporadically and cut away with the ballot box and the beavers machine. You can see right here now. Look at everybody. They came all the way from this side. Then a Korope bus and shot periodically to the air. And everybody ran away and they took away the ballot. You can see the observers. Look at them. You can see the observer. Right, I just witnessed this myself. Right now. Look at, yeah, how are you guys? This is front of Bajabi Amila's office. You can see that's Bajabi Amila's office, constituency office. Right in his look at, you can see This is happening live right here. As you can see, that's it. That's Falulu Street. It's Surulere. This is happening on Aare Road right now. This is it. There are observers. This is international observers. You can see the presiding officer is injured. Look at. You can see this is unbelievable. This is real. It's happening real. They're struggling. But we are grateful that there is nobody.
Eyewitness.
All right, then eyewitness videos there from as you saw from there. We're told that's the Aare area, Falulu Road in Surulere. We must again emphasize that these are eyewitness videos that were sent in to us. The allegation is that ballot boxes were carted away at this last location. Olu had reported immediately before that about ballot boxes actually being taken and burnt in the Mafuluku area of Lagos. That was the report before that. So two separate reports of happenings, incidents, if you like, concerning electoral materials.
Go back to that same issue we raised the other time. At every polling unit in Nigeria, there ought to be security personnel. Where were they?
Where were they and where are they? Let's quickly cross to Pius Ambo, who I understand is in Otukpo local government area where announcement of results are expected. Pius, good evening. Yes, I think I can safely say good evening now. What's the status?
Thank you, Ladi. I am right here at VIP Polling Unit 1, GRA, Otukpo Local Government. I just sent the house of the former Senate President, Senator David Mark. Right now, what is happening behind me is the declaration of the presidential election results, where a certain political party had just been declared winner by, you can hear the excitement behind that. They are doing collation, counting, and sorting across the polling units in Otukpo Local Government where I'm standing. Earlier in the day, I was in Makodi where we started with the distribution of materials from the rack centers, followed up to the polling units where elections conduct was peaceful. We came to Otukpo from there. We went to some rural polling units in Ogioma and the Aland community in Akpa before we came back to Otukpo Township. Elections have been largely peaceful. Collation is ongoing. Results are being declared. Winners are emerging from the polling unit level as we speak.
Pius, was there at any point where the BVAS machine didn't work? People had to be turned back to return, or they had spare machines that they used to authenticate?
Yeah, this morning, one of the civil society persons in Makodi that I know called me and said a polling unit at Nima, St. Joseph Catholic Church, Nima, was only admitting the people whose initials began with A, meaning that anybody whose name is Bola Lawal may not be able to vote at that polling unit. After a while, she called back and said that it appears that people with A initials were many, so they had moved every other initials from B down to other polling units. So she had found her polling unit, but it was far away from where she was used to voting. Now, the problem with that is that while these people went to their normal polling unit to cast their votes, their names were moved from their original polling unit to others without a message, without a text, without a direction, until they fought, confronted, and all that before they were told where their polling units were. But eventually, they found where to vote. So generally, that report came to us in Makodi, it came to us in Otukpo, and other local governments across the state. So it's a question of communication where they have moved certain voters from one polling to the other. But to say BVAS didn't work is not so true, because from the places we went, I voted myself. BVAS worked exactly perfectly well, and I got voting very early.
Why do I envy you right now?
Your name starts with A, or is it M? Maybe that's the challenge.
We're going to come back to that, medicine. But just a quick one, Pius, before you go. In reporting, you said voting has been largely peaceful, other than the security issues that Millicent asked you about. Any other incidences that didn't make it a perfect process for you?
Security checks along the roads were very tight. They would stop my vehicle, search my boots, search people in my vehicle, even when I have an and then the sticker on my car. So security was top notch. One of the things that happened today that the governor spoke about was the arrest of his of the PDP campaign director general in Benue State, Dr. Cletus Tokia. In his response, he said that Dr. Tokia was only arrested with just 100,000 naira, which cannot pass for money meant for inducing voters. And so he asked the EFCC to release him immediately. That's the only point that you say voters security or election monitoring had any issue at all. But as we speak, it is believed that EFCC picked the Director General of the PDP Campaign Council in Benue State. The governor has followed up with a call that he should be released because he was only found with just 100,000 naira on him. Other than that, we have not had any issues going through the post from Makodi down to Tupo here.
Well, thank you, Pius. I guess we'll have to find out more about that one, considering the CBN policy position and all of that.
And then the FCC's position
and then
all
the
of that.
So they've been on ground.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Pius. Again, it's a question of different strokes for different folks. Pius's testimony, if you like, tended to give the impression that if that was replicated in many other places, when he started with the people with the letter A were the only ones I was going to say.
I was worried.
That seems to be another dimension to an already existing challenge, but perhaps not. Let me ask you right here with us in the studio here, Mr. Lawal, if as things are now, people have described the stage at which we are as the real challenge. That normally, in many instances, other than this late arrival of materials and personnel and so on, that usually the voting part of it usually goes fairly smoothly. That it is this point that we are now, where sorting, gathering, counting, collating, the movement of the results from one place to the other, that where most, if not all, the shenanigans happen. This time, have you seen anything from what we have experienced today that could give you the impression that perhaps our experience this time as watchers and as observers will be different?
So what's most shocking is that I think my closest experience to understanding what today can be was as a candidate in 2019. I ran for office in 2019. So I saw what firsthand can happen between after voting, collation centers, and the results delivered to INEC. That's where the magic happens, the Nigerian magic, let's put that properly. But we must be grateful to BVAS with the new Electoral Act, electronic transmission. So INEC immediately will say some things can happen within this parameter. But INEC will be able to cross-check because the BVAS will take the list of the accredited voters down. Hence, case in purview, Oshu State. Though that's still to be determined, but yes, still to be determined. But you can see that after a while, you know, some particular parameters will be seen, like number of people that were actually accredited. So if you have more votes being taken to collation centers, or more than the people accredited, which comes with the new Electoral Act 2022. So previously in other Electoral Acts, or the Electoral Act of 2010, what used to happen was that INEC was only concerned, okay, this polling unit has 5,000 people. If there are 5,000 votes, it was fine with INEC. But with the Electoral Act 2022, it's the accredited number of voters that dictates the amount of votes that come out of a polling unit. And that's, for me, that's a big game changer.
And that's what perhaps the people who are, you know, taking possession of beavers and so on may also have in mind as well. We'll come back to that discussion because I want to follow up with you and our guests in the Abuja studio on why that may be, what you just mentioned may be the target. But there's counting going on before we get to that stage. There's counting going on, we understand, in that Ajia ward in Yola in Adamawa State, where our correspondent Empress Simon reported from a little bit earlier. So I want to return to that and listen to the counting process.
243, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268, 269. Èmi wà láìpẹ́ tẹ̀mí ń gbé gbogbo tẹ̀sí tán ń dàrú tán ń jà tó ń dàrú ẹgbẹ́ ìdàrú mẹ́kọ́ iná láàrin gbogbo. 272, 273, 275, 276, 277, 278, 282, 3 and 4 invalid votes.
All right, then the voting process concluded there at the Ajia ward in Yola, the Adamawa State capital. The significance of that ward, of course, being that that was where our correspondent Empress Simon reported from earlier on, and that was where one of the candidates, the presidential candidates for this election, in fact, cast his vote earlier on in the course of the day. At this situation, let's, of course, come back here because we had said that we would take up our guests and some things.
Indeed, I wanted to talk to Dr. Oluwatola on this issue, and this is hearing from the INEC chairman in his earlier briefing today, where he spoke about, only INEC accredited agents will be admitted to the collation center. We know that journalists had a problem even getting the right identification tags. Do you think that access exactly? Do you think that will pose a challenge, Doctor?
I think that it certainly was a challenge, but there was a lot of movement. The situation we see on the ground, however, we have observers on the ground that are journalists that were able to get the accreditation to go at least to see what's going on the field. But again, at the collation point, I think that's a bit of a challenge where transparency may be a small issue. But I think so far we haven't heard anything on the field that definitively says that that's been a major factor just yet. And just to add something to the point that Kunle Lawal was making earlier about technology and where Nigerian magic tends to happen, I think that the INEC results viewing portal perhaps is the real game changer here, where as the results are being collated, insofar as the media is being able to, just like we saw earlier, your reporters being able to to film in real time how the votes were being collated and counted, and hopefully the media being able to also then track how that is being imputed into the IREV is going to be another critical process, and obviously the observers and the agents as well is going to be a critical point in the process. Once it's keyed in, I don't see a very strong way of manipulation. I don't see a strong potential of manipulation happening again, because it's essentially live. It's not like in the past where someone had to transport the results literally from the polling units to the local government areas, and then physically using NURTW and the others to the places where the collation centers where they are being collated in the end. I think the benefit of technology this time around is that this can happen in a little bit more real time, that allows more transparency, and hopefully the media as well as observers can catch it as it's been uploaded from the polling units. So that should help a lot. I just wanted to comment a little bit on what we saw just now, the images we saw just now from Adamawa State. It's interesting. Atiku won that state with 51%. Atiku won. Millicent, are you saying something?
No, please go on. Please go on.
Do go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, so I was going to say that I would comment on the images we just saw from Adamawa State. And it's interesting. Atiku won that state with 51% in 2019. Turnout from that state has been consistent in the 40% range. So we expect turnout to be big. Of the 1.9 million voters there, we expect turnout to be big, given that the point that my colleague made earlier, that the states that have a ruling a person on the ballot tend to have big numbers. So we expect the numbers there to be big, and we can expect that the PDP will probably take that state again, but not without some contest this time around. So I just wanted to comment on those images that we saw that seem to be counting PDP votes.
It's a minute past 4:30. We are still expecting that briefing promised us by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu. Yes, indeed, the world. We will be going to that as soon as it begins. To you, Mr. Johnson, I mean, a little bit about the briefing earlier given by the commission's chairman. He talked about the logos of political parties on the ballot papers, but not on the result sheets. Do you think that poses a problem? Perhaps I should bring that to you.
Yes,
here,
actually,
Mr.
Lawal, what do you make of the whole kerfuffle over the issue of logos? Because we have been here before. When I was listening to that, I had a sense of deja vu about the whole process where, elections went on well or results were announced, but because one logo was missing and that person went to court, the court would cancel the entire process and say, go and start again.
For me, I remember 2019, and I think INEC took this decision because reminiscing on 2019, where there were 93 political parties, would have been heart attack. And now we just have to deal with about 18 political parties. And I think since they're 18, it will be easier to just pull that off. Also, we might say it can be, it's two-sided. So it might help us dodge the INEC, the Supreme Court bullets. but it might leave a little space for maybe something we don't expect or we're yet to manage. Remember that we're trying this system of this electoral system for the first time. That's the way we are operating it. So there'll probably be a loophole somewhere. There always is, and Nigerian politicians are ingenious.
Yes, they're actually spending a great deal of effort and energy looking for those loopholes, actively looking for them. But that again introduces something which I referenced earlier, which had to do with the fact that every time we go through the process, we're supposed to be looking to improve it. The other side, I don't know how to adequately describe the other side now, is looking, as you are moving, trying to move the stage and the system forward. The other side is looking to ensure that you stay where you are, which is where they can manipulate, influence, and decide what they are.
There's a common adage, and it says, equip a bank with a safe, and the robbers will learn to unlock a safe. So the higher we lift our security, we must also understand that the criminals in the system will lift their operations a little bit higher. I'll tell you that they were still marking things in the register as we did in 1999. We won't have people so ingenious trying to break beavers or trying to alter.
Which was the question that I had. I wanted you to land with that point because I said we would come and ask that question earlier. It doesn't appear that these are random attacks because people are targeting beavers. Because as you have all explained in the course of this program and in the weeks to this, those beavers are now central. You can't change the results anymore. You can't rewrite them because the beavers can be checked and the number of accredited voters, if it's less than what they submit at the collation center, then of course there's problem and so on. So if the beavers is taken away after the election, not during the process, but afterwards, when, but all the evidence of the number of accredited voters and so on goes with it. What's the provision? What do you know is our situation when we are confronted with that the election is concluded?
I think Dr. Oluwatola, Dr. Toby puts forward a very good point when he mentioned INEC's live portal, which, as these results are announced, will be placed on. So that's like a security check to what could occur purposely in front. And let's also remember that I think for the first time in Nigeria, I think we have so many massive situation rooms that these reports are going so live. Everything that goes on is happening almost simultaneously in seconds, like the situation we saw in the happiest place in Lagos, which was is supposed to be Surulere, though the happiest place in Lagos has turned to I don't know, the flashpoint in Nigeria as well as reports are coming in.
Yes, we can just call it an area of interest.
Yes, an area of very special interest. But if you notice, these things are happening quite simultaneously. So I think because of the massive work being done by the media, being done by CSOs, being done by INEC, and also the government to ensure this, to me, it's going to be quite tight to pull it fast.
Again, we talked about moving past the other time. But you said there's an area of interest in Edo State?
Yes, indeed. We will be seeing the visuals
very shortly. I think the allegations of burning of ballot boxes also in Edo State. I don't know if we have those visuals at this point.
I guess we'll bring it back as soon as we do.
Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Even I can recognize ballot papers. There we go.
On the floor,
scattered, And this is disruption to the process.
And the fire is still burning, as we can see.
Yeah, we can see some fire. Is there something we can listen to?
School. I got and put fire in the ballot paper, as you can see, because they already know that Obi is winning. Look at it, every police voting this thing, you are seeing it, Obi, everywhere, Obi. So they just came and they are destroying the bomb, fire everywhere. They shot in the air. This is live at Uwelu Primary School. I got and put fire in the ballot.
There is, of course, the need to always emphasize that these are eyewitness videos. And so a lot of what you hear requires verification and reconfirmation. But the report is that some of the electoral materials in that area of Edo State have in fact been seized and burnt. Of course, these are all things that one expects that the press briefing, the media interaction that we're expecting from the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, any moment from now, from the ICC in Abuja, hopefully will address some of these points. But it does, I don't know if we have our guests in Abuja back. I can see them on my monitor here. So, Mr. Johnson and Dr. Oluwatola, quite a bit has happened in the couple of minutes that we lost you there. Again, a lot of moving parts. But it seems as if the question I asked Mr. Lawal here about what happens when people seize beavers at the end of election results. And then, of course, we still have the fact that not everything is digital. Even when you have posted everything you've posted, there is still the aspect of the election results collation and delivery that is manual, so which it still leaves a lot of room for possible shenanigans. What are your views on that? Let me start with you, Dr. Oluwatola.
So absolutely, Nigeria is a really big country. Let me start by saying that conducting elections in Nigeria, it's 7 million people. It's akin to, that's a lot more than all the other 14 West African countries combined. So we can expect that there will be incidents in places and parts of the country. And the police, Inspector General of Police said 400,000 people, security personnel were deployed. That's about a little over 2.5 security personnel per polling unit, and they won't all be in each polling unit. They will have to go to flashpoints. So one can expect that isolated incidents will happen. So Nigerians shouldn't get too dispirited by these events happening, and which is why the media and eyewitnesses are important. And to your question, Ayo, I think that it's this beaver snatching is really, I think it really has just one goal in the end, which is to prevent people from voting. I doubt that it will have a significant impact on the results and the collation. It really just disenfranchises the people who cannot then go through the accreditation process that lets them vote. And again, this is a trick that is as old as the book itself. But what we just have to tell Nigerians is that this is a big country. Whereas that's happening in some isolated parts of the country, there are also lots of the parts of the country where voting is going peacefully and voting is happening well. So people shouldn't get too agitated by that. And one more thing I want to mention on this point is around fact checking. There's a Nigerian Fact Checkers Coalition that is fact checking a lot of claims. This morning, there was a claim that some ballot papers didn't have all the logos of the parties. And whereas that claim was definitely true, some of the pictures being circulated were from 2015. So this is just another indication that Nigerians ought to be vigilant, pay attention to what fact checkers are saying, because not every case that we see on the field will be true.
You know, let me ask you, Mr. Johnson. We've talked about, reported a lot of unrest here and there, ballot snatching. I never thought we would still get here with beavers and beaver snatching itself and all. And the question I'd like to ask you is,
in the polling units, the results, maybe different. In those days where they just
disruptions had affected more than 200 polling units, particularly in Birnin Kebbi, and that the elections will now hold in those particular units tomorrow. He also gave an update on some of what we had been reporting in some parts of Lagos, Oshodi and Ikate in particular, where he said that the situation had been brought under control, and that in the case of, I believe it is Ikate, that the elections have resumed in that, but that they're keeping a close eye on the other areas from where disruptions had been reported. The INEC chairman also spoke about meeting with the heads of security agencies, particularly the National Security Advisor and the Inspector General of Police, possibly to strengthen security and as the process is now moved into the collation counting and of course movement of the results stage. He talked about suspending the elections in Esa North, South, and Igweben in Edo State, owing to the omission of a political party, particularly in those affected areas, and that the Commission is strengthening security all around, and that it hopes that Nigerians will continue to cooperate with it as it takes on the onerous task of this election and ensuring that it is successfully concluded. The INEC chairman ended the briefing, of course, by inviting all to the opening, the formal opening of the Collation Center, which was where he was addressing us from, at noon tomorrow. That venue will be the Collation Center for the results of this election, particularly for the announcement of the results of the presidential election. But it will be formally opened tomorrow at noon. And he says any other briefings that will happen between now and then, there will be due notification for all. A summary of what the INEC chairman did talk about in this second briefing of today.
I'm not sure if you also mentioned Yenogua, because he talked about
Indeed, he did. He talked about Yenogua
disrupted and the NYSC ad hoc staff fears.
Now expressing apprehension about going back in. I mean, if we take a look, I was asking Mr. Lawal a little bit earlier while we had the break about talking about those ad hoc staff, particularly the youth corpers, who are posted to these onerous duties in areas where many of them have never been before. They're probably not familiar with the language or the topography and so on, and they have this all-important duty. And one expects that they will perform it to the very best of their ability. In the case of Bielsa, the INEC chairman himself admitting now that there's some level of apprehension on the part of those ad hoc staff about going back in, especially for elections that may now run through the course of the night. And I believe our guests had talked about this issue of the exercise going on through the night. But it's not only in the outlying areas. Let me come to you, before I come to you in Abuja, let me allow Mr. Lawal conclude. But I want you particularly to reference this issue of some of what is going on in the areas that where we probably may not have even thought, the Togon Marsh area that was mentioned in Abuja, where the voter experience has also not been smooth. You know, are you saying? I mean, we've tended to highlight the fact that these are possibly isolated, especially considering the large number we're talking about, but they might be establishing some kind of pattern.
Yes, it's you will try to say if you're looking at this from a totally non-partisan approach.
Absolutely,
you're going to notice that these volatile areas, I think, kind of have something in common: poor political literacy, a push towards maybe a nepotic support for a candidate, or a religious support for a candidate, or one of those parameters. I'll be honest, looking at the grand scheme of things, with the way the concept of INEC was built, state electoral commissions, and this to answer your question even up to the NYSC, state electoral commissions, if they were not so infiltrated by the so-called people, they run under state governors, if they were not so infiltrated, state electoral commissions were actually restructured so as to enable to provide INEC the power to conduct these elections. This is where nobody is even looking at or thinking of. But because they've been a little, how would I put it, behind the person playing the fiddle, you can't entrust a national election to them. Look at the mess they make of local governments and local government elections, which are within their purview. So I think because of this, which is the big problem nobody's looking at, we've had to rely on NYSC staff and then, come down to see this kind of situations where, because if to say a state had a full control, or someone who was not just picked as a rec from somewhere else, you'd understand where would be a Lagosian who know where a flashpoint in Lagos would probably be. In Rivers State, someone from Rivers will know where a flashpoint would normally be. But because INEC is having to, and volunteerism is not quite a big thing in Nigeria. So we have this kind of issues happening.
In that kind of situation, let me come to Abuja and ask, let me start with you, Dr. Oluwatola. This issue of where we are now, the electoral process has tended to, in the previous elections, close elections that we have had, in many areas have had to go beyond the regular hours where it's daytime, everybody can see what's happening, into the wee hours. And that seems to be repeating itself in this particular election. Does that tend to affect the optimism you had displayed earlier on in our discussions about, you know, this just being pockets of things and that, you know, there's very little angle or opportunity for, you know, many of these shenanigans. But we're seeing now that INEC's hands, shall we say, are being forced by the fact that this thing didn't start on time. There have been disruptions in some places, and in a drive not to disenfranchise those who have been affected, there is the need to allow the process be concluded, even if that means going on into the night.
Thanks, Ladi. I think that you're right on the point that there is definitely a need for voting to go on into the night, and a lot of civil society organizations had sounded an alarm that INEC might need to extend the voting timelines in certain parts of the country because of the logistical issues that INEC officials had in many cases, and in other cases, some of these incidents that we're seeing play out in various flashpoints across the country. So I think just along the lines of what I said earlier in the day, we would expect that voting will continue in many parts of the country into the wee hours of the night, and in some parts of the country, like Yenagua, we had seen reported earlier today that voting wasn't happening in many parts of Yenagua at all, where observers were reporting on the field, and now with the words of the INEC chairman, quite frankly, I would say comforting words from the INEC chairman. We now know that there are some states that will be voting up until tomorrow morning. And at the time that collation starts at noon, there will perhaps still be some states and some parts of the country where voting is still happening. I think what the overall point that we're trying to make here, that I'm trying to make here, is that our democracy has evolved. Our democracy has grown. We cannot pat ourselves in the back that we're perfect, and there are many imperfections still with our democracy, but we have to acknowledge that that there's been progress. Yes, there are imperfections where people on the field are telling us that in places like Sokoto, there were sightings of many underage voters, that in many parts of the country, INEC of materials did not even get to certain places at all, up until at the point where the deadline for voting had almost arrived. There are parts where people with disabilities were disenfranchised by the fact that the polling units did not provide any sort of accommodation for them to vote. But even with those things that we see, and particularly the things that are happening in Lagos, even my own family member, my sister, was trying to vote in Ikate, and she experienced some of these things. So we know that these things are happening, but even so, we have to acknowledge that our electoral process has made significant progress, and we can only look forward to seeing, as we start to see the results coming from across the country. I'm particularly pleased to see what's happening across the Southeast, that there is a lot of peaceful voting happening in the Southeast, which historically, if we're being honest, in 2019, we had 22% turnout in the Southeast. And even in 2015, we had 36%. Historically, these are regions of the country that have been systematically disenfranchised with voter suppression. And we see pockets of that happening here and there, but we have to acknowledge that there's significant progress.
My question is to Mr. Johnson. How does INEC pick and choose? This is saying as in this second briefing, he talked about Yenagoa and Edo and talked about the changes, what Dr. Idahosa called the doctrine of necessity, which appears to be taking place. But for earlier reports from our correspondents in, is it Anyocha Delta, and then another part of Anambra who said, they haven't even seen any INEC ad hoc staff or material. And in Delta was a case of minimal voting materials, and they wanted everything to be there before voting begins. So, I mean, how does INEC address all of these issues?
Well, I think the chairman already responded, and he said that, he gave an example of some few places, and he explained that there are some places where machines are being supplied again after whatever happened, and voting is in process in those areas. And again, he said in some places, voting will take place tomorrow morning. I'm very sure that the same doctrine will be applicable to other areas too, like the place you mentioned in Anambra. And I think we'll have a fairly good election at the end of the day. However, we need to also perhaps take more reports, from the different part of the country to be able to situate this in context. Because if you have 176,000 polling units, and you have some of these unpleasant events in about 100, I don't think that is significant enough to discredit the process. It is only when it is run into.
I'm sorry that I have to interrupt you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. We're going to go to a live report from our correspondent Olu Phillips, who is in another part of Lagos at this point. Olu, where exactly are you and what's going on?
Thank you very much, Ladi. We are at Alaba International Market here in Ojo local government. If you know, this place is one of the biggest franchise markets in Africa, as they claim. And incidentally, and perhaps disturbing, is the fact that most of the people standing behind me have not voted. And I'm just going to allow them to speak to Channels Television and to speak to the world on what exactly had happened here today. So, yes, exactly. So, tell us your experience since morning.
My name is Mr. Arinze. Here is your name, 06 unit. Here we have 06 A and B. Yes. Now, the issue we are having here now is that they brought only one machine. They brought only one machine, which is supposed to be two. One supposed to be B and one supposed to be A, which they brought only B. So most of the people that voted here is the people that has their own fall into B, while the A's did not vote. That is the people that are shouting here that they did not vote. That is the issue we are having in this place. So we don't know where they kept our machine, the second machine they're supposed to use here. That is the issue we are having here.
Okay, so what did they say is the challenge here?
They said that they forgot to bring the second one. They told us that they will bring it 4 hours ago. We waited till now. It's almost 5:30. We did not see them. So people here, they are all annoyed because they did not vote.
So you are a party agent. What's the challenge here since morning?
Okay, actually they arrived late. They arrived 11:30 today, and they promised to stay till 5 p.m. But the issue we're having here is that the beavers they brought is not working. Many of the people are not voting. Out of 100 voters, let's say 100, 90 are not accredited. Only 10. At every 10 voters, you saw only one person that were accredited.
We're hearing from our correspondent Olu Phillips in the Alaba area. Of course, that requires attention. Okay, I understand that Olu Phillips was made to understand at the start that we were having some challenges with voting at all. But apparently, from what the witness reports, is not that there was no voting at all, but that there were some people who voted, there were others who didn't.
There's a policeman. Yeah, I know. Don't go along with the pulling the box. Look at the box. So they've carried the box.
All right. Well, that is a developing situation there in Alaba. It's just to tell Olu to stay safe out there, even as events unfold.
This really speaks to the issue I was asking,
Mr. Johnson.
Mr.
Yes,
Johnson
I was going to ask him to respond.
They run away, right? How did they come?
Some people, they were running, and we were trying to secure the box.
Yeah.
They were trying, Imam, come.
Where's the other box?
Imam, come.
The box is here. The box is here. Okay, the box. Yeah. Okay, so
the boxes were here.
We collected the bag. We collected it.
Yes, we've collected it.
All right. So you can see it's a volatile area, and this is the situation we are having here. People being disenfranchised, and also some people coming to snatch ballot boxes. But luckily, this has been secured, and the people are all happy that it has been secured. And it's back to you in the studios.
Just to say that you should please stay safe. That was what I was saying out there as you report on this various unfolding scenarios. We've just got enough time. Mr. Johnson, I know I cut into your answer to Millicent's question, and so I'm going to give you just 1 minute to round up that, because we've got to end this segment at this point, and then I will take it from there. So your 1 minute starts now.
Well, clearly we should be careful. Maybe we should just advise the politicians to ensure that they do not create a scenario that we did not all want to see. The youthful population, they don't need so much of these, to get to get on the street. So we should be careful, what we're doing right now. After all said and done, we should all know that Nigeria is more important than any ambition. So maybe we should please advise them to let peace reign in the country by ensuring that they allow the process to go smoothly without any of these kind of issues. Because at the end of the day, who will win will win. Thank you.
Well, let me ask Mr. Dr. Oluwatola to close with this answer. You have 1 minute. So when you say our elections, our democracy has improved, bullet points, 1 minute, in which areas?
So, I think, like I've said earlier, it's important that that we note that our democracy has improved. We don't have a military man on the ballots this year. We've seen technology introduced into our system, and an electoral act that allowed ample time for INEC to do its job. Is it perfect? No, it's not. There are several things and several reports we're getting on the field, and many of those incidents have a systematic pattern of voter suppression, where certain candidates feel like they may be at a disadvantage, and that's what we're seeing on the field. But regardless of that, all of us as Nigerians have to recognize that these are isolated incidents, and it shouldn't be sufficient for us to make this country ungovernable, regardless of what the outcome of the voting is come tomorrow or Monday.
All right, Mr. Lawal, a number of people haven't voted. You have 1 minute to speak.
What should they do?
Okay, if I'm going to, from my own opinion and my own vision from what I've seen in Nigeria, the first thing I would advise is that I think Nigeria is a big enough country. We shouldn't try to brag too much as the giant of Africa. I think we should be able to stagger our elections. Pick 6 states randomly, an election, run it over a week. If we stagger this, we would be able to, because of, number one, let's look at the poor number of security law enforcement agencies we have. 400,000 cannot secure 200 million. It's not possible. So I think if we stagger this, we might be headed somewhere. And I'll say political education needs to go on a very super rise. I think it should be inculcated into primary school education, secondary school education, because what we have as political education is not good enough for people to make informed choices. I can tell you that without looking at the ballot today, I can tell you that presidential will probably hit about a 40%. But when you get to Senate and House of Rep, the same ballots that were submitted the same day, there will be a drop of about 10% in people that participated in these 2 elections.
But that might also be because some of them are more interested in the number
president, yes,
Absolutely.
because we shows the
We want to appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Kunle Lawal, Executive Director, Electoral College Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Kolawole Johnson, Data Analyst, Political Economist. Many thanks also to you, Dr. Tobi Oluwatola, Executive Director, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. Thank you both, and you here in the studio for joining us.
Indeed, as Millicent did point out, we'll be taking a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll be doing something slightly different from what we've been doing now that the stage of the electoral process has also changed. So still stay on.
Anambra is peaceful, Anambra is secure, and this is at home thing. You can see the crowd here, despite the late commencement. And this is the same way all over the state. That's the report I get.
Hearing from Professor Chukwuma Soludo there, the governor of Anambra State, speaking also to some of the things pointed out by the INEC chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, whom we will be hearing from in about 30 minutes, 4:30. He did promise to give us that other briefing. But there are other notable Nigerians who are voting today. Africa's leading entrepreneur, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, he commended the voter turnout of the process so far. He spoke after performing his civic duty at his polling unit, Olosa Tiamiu Savage, and this is number 10 polling unit, Victoria Island. While encouraging everyone to participate in the remaining elections, he expressed the view that the polls will reflect the wishes of the majority.
The process, I think, is is quite good. It's been well arranged, and I think I must thank the President, INEC, and everybody for making this election to be totally a different one, because of use of technology. And, the turnout is very, very impressive. I'm very, very impressed with what I've seen. I've been voting, since 1999 when we changed to democracy. And, I've never really missed. But this time around, I've seen quite a lot of people, much more than the usual time. Yes, there's 1 or 2 complaints about somebody not seeing, the party of his choice on the senatorial, but I'm sure they're going to sort that out. It's quite good. It's very peaceful. Nobody is making any noise, so I think, we must really congratulate the government for, this is a very, very special election, so everybody, and I encourage everybody to perform their civic rights. There's no point of people going out there to register, and then on the day of election, you just go to bed, and then if you have bad representatives or a bad president, you keep complaining. There's no need for you to complain if you don't vote.
Well, we are still following your updates. Don't forget, you can indeed send us some of those eyewitness reports. What's happening in your area? Don't forget to email us as well. That is the 2023 verdict at channelstelevision.com. Our guest here in the studio, Mr. Kunle Lawal, and this is your thoughts on what you've heard. We heard the situation in Surulere. The Speaker of the House of Representatives say, military. It should have been the police. Did that come as a surprise?
Yeah, he's the number 4 man in Nigeria. So if these moves were being made by the executive, they will need a legislative backing, which means the National Assembly is clearly aware. So he knew before time. I'm sure the Speaker also would have heard reports of what was going on in Surulere. So hence you would understand the reason for the military, maybe post that particular comment. A lot of people would have naturally assumed that things would have gone a little well, but you know, a few people took it over and have run the election in their perceived manner of how things should be. And hence the need for the military. We've seen that most of the time in Nigeria, and I say our democracy is growing. Most of the time in Nigeria, we've had to take actions and involve the military, because if we leave it to just one law enforcement agency alone, there's been, I would just say, the Nigerian attitude to things. So I think clearly we're in a better situation than expected.
For Anambra, were you surprised?
No, preceding this, and that was why when I started my conversation, first thing I did was commend the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must say she got this one right. And, you know, to see that the East, I don't think any agitation passed through the wrong channels can threaten the sovereignty of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And to see that people could vote peacefully, it was like seeing, you know, there's the talk from governance, then seeing the effect of the talk from governance and the action, you know. So finally, I think they've turned words into adjectives into verbs, which are actually actions. And you know, looking at Soloro voting so peacefully, there was no agitation. We've not heard any, as of now, I don't know, but as of time I walked into the studio, we've not heard any funny agitation coming from Anambra or anywhere else where a group is threatening Nigeria. And for me, that's a big win for the country.
Well, Mr. Johnson, let me ask you that same question. Does it come to you as a surprise? I mean, the reports coming from the East, especially Anambra State.
And Imo.
And Imo States, that, you know, the elections are going as smoothly.
Mr. Johnson, are you with us?
Oh.
Mr. Johnson, let me repeat Ayo's question. Ayo's question was, are you surprised? Are you surprised that what we are getting as reports at this time, it's about 4 o'clock now, that, you know, contrary to what many had predicted and what many probably feared would happen, the reports we're receiving, particularly from the Southeast, you saw Professor Soludo there talking about the reports he had received from across Anambra State. Before him, we heard from Governor Hope Uzodimma in Imo, who expressed a similar sentiment about the fact that, look, voting is going on. So many people said it wouldn't happen, but it is happening.
Obviously, well, for me, I'm not surprised because, you know, before the election, we actually had some scenarios played out. And I think a few days before the election, we were able to confirm that the election will go on smoothly in the Southeast, especially after the Enugu East incident. You know, security was beefed up across the southeastern states. Don't forget the identity politics. It's in our system. It is part of, the political system all over the world. It is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. And the Southeast, appear to be defining the moment, through that channel. So I do not think it was going to be business as usual, where you have an extremely low turnout. Look at the last state election in Anambra State, the governorship election. It wasn't what it should be at all. That was why, some were saying that, the entire vote of the state is not more than a local government elsewhere. But we know that because of, of course, I defined earlier that politics has gone beyond, let's go vote. People now know that it is the place where where you situate authoritative allocation of value. So there is something more at stake. And don't forget, over time, in Nigeria election, each region producing the presidential candidates, they always have a good amount of voters turnout. Take, for example, 2015, it was South, and Northwest that led in terms of voters turnout. In 2019, it was Northeast and Northwest that led in voters turnout. And this one, of course, the dynamics are changing. And the Northeast too would also be represented in that, in that good, a good turnout, because one, there is a presidential candidate from that zone that tends to be doing well, with some age bracket. And there is the identity politics also playing its own part in the game. And secondly, don't forget that they also have a point to prove that no, you can't see. There are bragging rights. And I think people were determined to vote regardless of the situation, especially when others are not coming from the same trusted source that that used to earn their respect, in terms of obeying, what they hear. So me, I am not surprised at all. However, I think we should wait, till the end for this process to, to come to a close, for us to have, a good judgment of the entire process. But
it will be interesting.
I think this is one of the scenarios that we painted out.
Mr.
We did
Johnson,
not,
Mr. Johnson,
have this definite outlook that it was going to be like this, because don't forget that,
Mr. Johnson, let me interrupt you.
The specimen is man. So
let me interrupt you.
Is unpredictable.
Mr. Johnson, let me interrupt you and ask. It is interesting when you mention some of the dynamics that you point at, which is that there's a correlation between the participation of candidates from particular areas and the voter turnout of citizens from those particular areas. One of those, of course, who is participating and who many would describe as the seeming difference between this and the previous elections that we have had is the candidate from the Southeast, who is Peter Obi of the Labour Party. Of course, we can now mention some of those names since he has since voted. And perhaps it will be interesting to note what he said about the process, about his voting experience and all of that. So let's hear from him.
Well, the process so far, as I observe it, is okay. I thank INEC, and I wish the same thing all over Nigeria, because I can't assess it from my own position here, but judging from that, I give them my kudos and say, thank you. We want free, fair, and credible election. I came there, like you saw, queued up like every other voter, waited a while. I was number 20-something when I started. Within a short time, I was able to vote. No. I have not stepped down for any candidate, and I will not. In this election, if there's anybody people will step down for, it's me. Because somebody just said, well, okay, I'm facing two formidable opponents. And I said, the only source of their being formidable is that they were part of those who brought us to this junction. And this junction is not a place where you claim reference for, because it failed. So the only person who is formidable in this election is me, because I'm coming with new ideas. I'm coming with a proven track record of performance. I'm coming with what they can call a clean record and offering a new beginning. The outcome can only be determined by God. Whatever God says, I accept it. It is God that makes it possible for everybody. It's God that will listen and look at the yearnings of Nigerians. It's like the poor people who are suffering. Because Nigerians have suffered enough. And I believe God will hear their cry. Well, what I urge them is to make sure that they extend the time of voting. That will help. If this will happen, as long as it works as seamless as it is here, I believe they will be able to meet up within the specified time. And if it's not, they can extend it for a few minutes. That's my appeal. I'm not authorizing them, because I'm not having that capacity to do that.
the Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, there talking about his impressions of the voting process, not just where he voted, but elsewhere. And we're receiving reports. Again, this one is from Surulere. It's like for one reason or the other, there's some targeting of Surulere. This is another eyewitness video from someone who claims there was a cutting away of electoral materials at polling unit EC30B. That's EC30B in the Surulere area of Lagos. We must emphasize that this video is yet to be verified. It's from an eyewitness who claims that electoral materials were carted away at polling unit EC30B in Surulere area.
This is the situation, live situation here from Ijayi Branco, off Branco Street here in Mafuluku. And there's been an incident here. We understand eyewitness here tell us, especially the people living here, tell us that some young men came in a bike, opened fire, shots were fired, and everybody scampered for safety. While that happened, they picked up the ballot boxes, picked up electoral materials, and burnt them. And you can see the ashes of the papers, electoral papers and registers, and you can see they had these ones are burnt, and that's the situation. It tells you that this was an active ward because you can see names on the wall. But what that means is that as far as this ward is concerned, EC330A, I don't know how INEC is going to deal with the issues of those who have voted, whose votes will not count as a result of the ballot box being taken and burnt. This is the situation, and there's another one over there. As you can see, there's another polling unit which is just less than 50 meters away from it. Just less than 50 meters away from it, you can see another ballot, another activity going on here in terms of arson. I mean, this is clearly an arson. This is that has been burnt and shredded, you can see, and that's the situation we have coming from. And you see, this is an INEC signed documentation with an INEC officer's signature. It shows you that this was an active paper for today, and some guys have come here to set federal government's property, disenfranchising people, and making sure that all that the government have been campaigning in terms of activities against such acts have been perpetrated. And it is the hope that the INEC chairman, the head of the security unit, will take this very seriously and bring these people. It's not difficult to know who these guys are, and bring them to book and make sure that those who have been denied the right to vote can have some level of respite. From the Branco end of Mafuluku by Ijayi area, this is Olu Phillips for Channels Television News.
Happening live right now at Falolu Road. The truck just came with face mask and hooded mask, and they shot sporadically and cut away with it.
Ẹ ṣé gan fún àǹfààní tẹ́ fi lẹ̀ láti gbọ́ ohun tó ń lọ. Ẹ má sọ ọmọ Gaza ẹ̀yin sọ ọmọ kọ́mọ ẹ sàwọn dagboru ẹ rí hàn máma kà á bú ni. Anything téèyàn bá post so yẹ kó mọ lọ sábẹ́ kó mọ lọ kọ̀kọ̀kúkọ. Fake news ìbá ṣe fake news fílẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Fake news ni ẹ fílẹ̀, leave it. I love it like that. Is a taste mi ìbá ti ba ayé èèyàn jẹ́ lábẹ́. Ó dẹ̀ rí mi kí n kọrúkọ ẹnìkan sí orí ibẹ̀ pé whether it is APC or PDP, n tó ń lọ ńbẹ̀ ni máa kọ síbẹ̀. So you don't write anything under my post. If you don't like wherever I posted, please leave it. It is fake news, just leave it like that. Okay? Leave it. Thank you. I don't pick up. Ìgbékọ̀. 2015-2023. Lekki massacre. Owo massacre. Deborah. Okay. Oh, ẹ jẹ́ kí n lọ jẹun. Mi ti jẹun lénìí. Mi ti jẹ. Àsìkò ń bọ̀. Ẹkún tẹ̀rín lénìí, ẹkún yóò dà lọ́la. Gbígbọ̀n bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ìyàjẹ́ ẹran ìyá. ní Ọ̀kọ́ta. Voters card ní Ọ̀kọ́ta. Ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ òde ní Ọ̀kọ́ta.
This will look at you. This is our goal.
Ti dára abẹ́rẹ́ voters card abẹ́rẹ́ bó ṣe pọ̀ tó abẹ́rẹ́ voters card abẹ́rẹ́ bó ṣe ẹ̀dẹ̀ Buhari dẹ̀ sọ pé fair election ló ń fẹ́ táwa lẹ́ ń dìsífù èmi máa pẹ́ ẹ̀dọ́ ń tanra yín ni ẹ bá gbé epo pamọ́ ká ẹ gbé owó pamọ́ a máa dìbò a máa wọlé ẹ bá Jagabana bọ̀gù ẹjọ́ ń play game fúnra yìí ẹjọ́ ń sún ẹ máa gbá géèmù so ẹbí àwọn màálù tó ń tẹ̀lé yín lẹ́yìn àríbi tí ó já sí ẹ wo ẹsẹ wọn ẹ dápẹ́ jẹ́ lọ́ọ́ rẹ jẹun àárọ̀ tí jẹun àárọ̀ this is 9:30 p.m. tí jẹun àárọ̀ mo fàsìkò mi sílẹ̀ èèyàn ká wá kọ̀kọ́ kúkọ lábẹ́ anything ìbá ṣe fake ìbá ṣe original leave it ó bá kọ̀kọ́ kúkọ sábẹ́ péjì mi máa bẹ́ẹ̀ pè fún ẹ mọ́mí yín fẹ́ lọ jẹun ṣe gbọ́ àmọ́ pàdé love you all bye.